racing is purely American, and it generates a fire in everyone's belly, particularly the men at the wheel. The preliminaries are over with, and it's the big one tomorrow.
Of course, both teams work good together. We got a red car, a blue car, and all in one shop, and both teams pitch in help, testing. You know, we learn something, we tell them, they learn something, they tell us. So that's the name of the game.
That's the way to do it, definitely. I like that car.
Shoulders above the rest. Murphy Brown's the best.
Observe and learn.
Murphy Brown, Monday.
It's Earnhardt at Daytona again, the story on Night Watch.
Hee-Haw will not be seen tonight, but will return next week at its regular time. Stay tuned for the following TV7 Sports Special.
A new season has arrived for the NASCAR Winston Cup circuit. There's renewed optimism for some teams, the usual expectations for others. The 1991 campaign kicks off tomorrow here at Daytona. Just ahead is our look at what's happening in NASCAR as the new year approaches.
The 1991 Winston Cup preview. Now to Daytona. Here's Pete Yanity.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome back into the Daytona International Speedway, the World Center of Racing, and our 1991 Eyewitness Sports Winston Cup preview. Tonight we will look ahead to tomorrow's race, the start of the 91 campaign in Winston Cup racing. We'll also give you an idea as to how some folks from a local standpoint are getting ready for the upcoming Winston Cup season, and much more. We'll tell you what's coming up on the show in just a moment. First off, of course, here at Daytona, as we noted on Eyewitness Sports tonight, it is chilly, and that cool weather likely will carry over into tomorrow, and that could be quite an advantage for the cars that have run fast in speed weeks. Of course, Dale Earnhardt has looked strong. He is easily the favorite to take the race tomorrow, much like he dominated it last year up until the final lap. Also, Davey Allison is running well, and the cars out of the Junior Johnson stable, Jeff Bodine and Sterling Marlin, are also considered to be running well, and it appears that this year the weather will be a factor in the Daytona 500, and sponsored, of course, by STP. Now, as noted, on tonight's show, we will look ahead to the upcoming campaign in many different ways. For one, Darrell Waltrip. He is wearing two different hats this year, not only as a driver, but as an owner. And DW must come back to the circuit after a tough injury from last season. We will get some thoughts on how he's going to handle all of that. Also tonight, the local driver's perspective. Morgan Shepherd out of the Bud Moore Racing team and how he's preparing for his second year with that crowd. And Larry Pearson of Spartanburg is also with a new outfit, kind of a carryover from last year. We will get some thoughts from Larry live from Spartanburg. And Derek Cope will join us shortly. Cope, of course, is getting ready for a big season in Winston Cup racing. And I'll tell you what, Derek Cope is excited about the year. He's excited about defending his championship, although he'll start kind of far back in the pack tomorrow here at Daytona and the Daytona 500. Now, around the track and throughout Speed Weeks, it's been noticed that the drivers are thinking about what's happening in the Persian Gulf, and many of the competitors were thinking about Desert Storm long before they arrived here at the track. There are emblems on the car that NASCAR has provided, which indicate there is sentiment for the war effort, and some drivers have taken upon themselves to put their own personal insignias on their cars with American flags. But one driver tomorrow started somewhat of an idea. Now the story of Greg Sachs, who had a brainstorm as to how he could help and show his support for the American troops. And it really caught fire and will really make a statement here tomorrow in the race.
You see various symbols of support for the Persian Gulf War here at Daytona, but none more gripping than what are termed the Armed Forces cars. There are 5 that represent each branch of the military, courtesy of R.J. Reynolds. But the original idea resulted from a brainstorm by Greg Sachs. You may remember the journeyman driver Sachs for his stunt work in the movie Days of Thunder. Now he brings a more serious sidebar to Daytona. Like most of us, Sachs was watching on Super Bowl Sunday, when suddenly the light bulb went on.
It gave me the idea
of what joy I could bring to some of our troops. You know, as I watched it at the halftime break and they showed our troops watching the Super Bowl there, I was planning on painting my car maybe yellow and white, and all of a sudden I got the idea, no, I'm going to paint a car red and white and put a big USA on there. And it was such a warm feeling to me. I mean, I was so excited I didn't sleep all night that night. And I called up R.J. Reynolds the next day, and they thought about it for a couple of days, and they liked the idea so much in R.J. Reynolds headquarters that they wanted to do more.
So the company recruited 4 other drivers who, like Sachs, had not lined up sponsorship deals for the race, allowing NASCAR to show its kind of support for those overseas.
At least the troops over there will know that people back here are thinking about them and supporting them, and, you know, hopefully it'll be a little bit of a morale booster for them.
I just got to thinking that what a great thing if I could maybe put a smile on the face of one soldier over in the Middle East when they're over there with such a tragic situation, just be able to create a little diversion and take their mind off the task that they have at hand in providing world peace for us all.
And 1 year after helping with the filming of a movie here, the color Greg Sachs adds to the Daytona scene this time could have a more meaningful impact.
And the Armed Forces cars, Sachs will be in the Navy Chevrolet tomorrow. The Army will be driven by Alan Kowicki in a Ford. Also, Buddy Baker will wear the colors of the Marines. The Air Force will be represented by Mickey Gibbs and the Coast Guard by Dave Marcus. Stay with us. When we come back, we're going to hear from last year's Daytona 500 champion, Derek Cope. And later on, Darrell Waltrip, how he is getting ready for the upcoming campaign. It will certainly be a challenge unlike any other for Waltrip. Some thoughts on that and more as our special continues.
The 1991 Winston Cup Preview is brought to you by Fairway Ford, Palmetto Bank, Hardee's, and the Honda dealers of the Carolinas.
Right now at Fairway Ford in Greenville, you can save thousands during our February inventory meltdown sale. With factory option package discounts and huge Fairway discounts, you'll save like never before. A new 91 Taurus L 4-door, equipped with V6 automatic, air conditioning, AM/FM stereo, cassette, power locks, tilt, speed control, airbag, and more, is just $12,891. That's right, just $12,891. Pick out a new Ford today and save thousands. Fairway Ford on the Motor Mile in Greenville.
Hardee's 99-cent breakfast, huh? Ooh, made from scratch biscuit with sausage. That's the one I want. Sold. Wait a sec. The biscuits and gravy. Okay, then biscuits and gravy it is. Hold it. A bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit. I didn't see that. Or hot cinnamon raisin biscuits. Ooh, sausage 99. Wait, go back.
Can I help you?
With all this at 99 cents, the only easy choice is where to go. Sausage, cinnamon raisin biscuit. 99-cent breakfast every day. Only Hardee's.
A lot of banks that do business here, but don't live here, seem to think that upstate South Carolinians still do everything the slow, old-fashioned way. And if they don't understand the difference between traditional and old-fashioned, they're never going to understand upstate South Carolina. The Palmetto Bank. Nobody knows the upstate like we do.
Value economy, while others value practicality. Some people value luxury, while others value elegance. See your Carolina Honda dealer today and see the 1991 Honda Accords. Because everyone values value.
Welcome back into our Eyewitness Sports 1991 Winston Cup preview. Derek Cope, last year's champion of the Daytona 500, one of the most exciting, if not the most exciting finishes in this race of all time. Thanks for joining us tonight. I know you're getting ready to defend that championship, and let's first step back to about 1 year ago, right around now. Describe the feeling as you were on that last lap, at one point trailing, and then it all changed, didn't it?
Well, it was a pretty incredible moment for us. We had the Pure Leather Chevrolet running very well all day long, and
really in a position to, for something to happen, and didn't know if we had enough for Dale. It didn't really look like at that point, and then of course, as fate had it, the tire unraveled going down the back straightaway, and we went on to victory. So it was a great end to a great day for us.
Your story is very interesting. Last year, you really catapulted on the scene in racing. It's something you've been after, but you were also involved very deeply in another sport, in baseball for a while. What made you decide on the auto racing path as opposed to baseball?
Well, a very severe knee injury dictated that to me, and at that point I needed to fill a void in my life. And my father was from the drag racing type of racing before that, and then he was involved in building motors for stock cars. And my brother was driving a car, and I just got involved with him, and one thing led to another, and I felt like that was what Derek Cope was meant to do.
And as a result, you've hooked on with a very good team, the Bob Whitcomb team. Again, great strides last year with Buddy Parrott and the rest of the gang. Might be tough to defend the championship this year, starting a little bit back further in the pack than obviously you would like. How do you size things up? Is Dale Earnhardt unstoppable for tomorrow?
Well, Dale is definitely running very well. That car seems to be getting around the bottom of the racetrack very well, and it's got a lot of horsepower. So, he looks good. But, there's a lot of other drivers out there, a lot of other cars that look that they have something for him. But, they'll have to gang up and take 3 cars to go by him. And I think you'll see that happen. But, I think we do have a shot with Pure Leather Chevrolet because the car is drafting very well. Granted, we are starting in the back, quite a ways because of the tire that equalized in the qualifiers. But this is one of those races where it just depends on the track position. If we can get back up front, the car can draft with the leaders, and who knows? We'll be there at the end and see if they're in a position to win again. But just a good, solid day is what we want.
Okay, and hopefully you have better luck tomorrow than you did last Sunday in the Clash, of course.
That's correct. We had a problem there, but again, it's just something that happens. That wasn't our 500 car, and our 500 car right now is definitely very stable, and I think a good drafting race car.
Best of luck to you tomorrow and also in the coming year.
Thank you, Pete.
All right, Derek Cope, the winner of last year's Daytona 500. He also won a race at Delaware, and he and the whole gang, the number 10 Chevy, trying to move on to bigger and better things in 1991. Another guy who would like to return to that same high plateau is Darrell Waltrip. Last year, tough season for him. I'll tell you what, we don't need to re-describe what he had to go through. This year, though, there are a lot of changes. He is with a new team, now his own, and Darrell Waltrip is forging a comeback trail.
Meet Darrell Waltrip, team owner. The veteran driver embarks on a project that's enticed him throughout his career. And in conjunction with Western Auto and other products, the number 17 car is now all his. Waltrip has always paid close attention to detail as a driver. Now he's getting an understanding of how you have to approach that as an owner.
Time's our worst enemy, on the track and off. We didn't have enough time to really prepare ourselves for some of the testing we did, but fortunately that turned out to be really good because we saw how far behind we were and we did a lot of work. I think we're all right now. It's about like I thought it'd be. It's a lot of work, and but no, nothing unusual, about the same as always.
I think he's working as hard as he can to make things really as easy for us as possible to show that he can be the type of owner driver that everybody says can't work.
Something that helps is that most of the crew has remained the same from last year, including the crew chief Hammond. If becoming an owner were all that Waltrip had to worry about, things would be a breeze. But as you probably know, he's trying to come back from a career-threatening injury. Physical signs of a badly broken leg are still apparent, though DW refuses to harp on the past, and he's eliminated the mental pain.
There's no guarantee when you start a season that it's going to be a great one. There's no guarantee it's even going to be a decent one. You do it long enough, you're going to have some bad years. 90 was not one of my better years, and you kind of forget that one and move on down the pike.
Thankfully for this team, 1991 has arrived, with the future again showing promise for Darrell Waltrip, who now tries to answer the challenge of both a driver and an owner, while dealing with an even larger obstacle.
I know that whenever Darrell's been presented with a challenge, that he's always been able to make the adjustment, and I think that he will do whatever it takes to make the adjustment to become a very good car owner and driver.
And Darrell Waltrip, one of several folks who switched teams. Among the more notable moves this year, Sterling Marlin is now driving a Ford for Junior Johnson. Rusty Wallace, still a lot of the same teammates that he had with the Blue Max gang, but he's with Bonnie, back with Billy Hagan in an Oldsmobile, and number 94 is the car that Labonte is driving. Well, what about the local scene? Of course, many folks in our neck of the woods interested in how Morgan Shepherd does, because he drives for Spartanburg-based Bud Moore Racing. Now, Shepard is excited. He gets ready for his second year with the Moore team, and our Fred Cunningham looks ahead to what the gang with the number 15 Ford is looking out for.
Morgan Shepard showed a little bit of everything in his first season with the Bud Moore team. Shepard showed remarkable consistency in the first half of the season. Top 10 finishes kept him in the Winston Cup points race. But Shepard seemed to fade in the second half of 1990 before catching fire again. He was in the top 3 in 3 of the final 4 races and parked his car in Victory Lane at the Atlanta Journal 500. So Shepard and Moore come to Daytona with plenty of confidence.
We think maybe the race gets here before we're ready, so, you know, I don't know what's too long, but we are here quite a while, and there's so much fine-tuning that we do on the cars, but fortunately, we feel like it, you know, we're pretty much ready when we come here as far as knowing what the car takes to race.
Same old Daytona, you know. We were glad we won the last race of the season. That did help during the winter, but, you know, everybody's still pumped up, and I think we're going to have a good run.
This week at Daytona has been typical for the Bud Moore team. Restrictor plate racing has never been their strong suit. Shepard struggled in qualifying and will start the race near the back of the field, but that's typical of this team.
The Motorcraft Thunderbird has a history of not qualifying too good, but racing real good. Just like Atlanta, we qualified 20th and won the race. And all during the season, we didn't have good qualifying efforts. We're a little short as far as qualifying engine right now, but we have a good race day car.
It's about the same, you know. It's always just a struggle to get whatever speed you can out of the car, but bottom line, in the race, once you got enough speed in the car to keep up in the draft good, it becomes handling then.
The job now for the Motorcraft Ford, just like everybody else in the field, is to catch Dale Earnhardt. I'm Fred Cunningham for the Winston Cup preview.
And I'll tell you what, the whole Bud Moore Racing team really is happy with Morgan Shepard and the good work he did last year in his first season with the team. That looks like a very interesting match. Now, when we come back, we're going to hear from another local driver who's getting ready for Winston Cup racing in 1991, but don't blame him if he's chomping at the bit just a little. And later on, one of the teams that was dominant just a few years back, Rick Hendrick Racing. Well, has that team gone a little bit flat? We will take a look at that and more as our special continues.
Need some help. I said, need some help.
Yeah, I need a ride to,
Dapco. Don't you mean Dapco Auto Parts?
Fine. Dapco.
Babies, we got the parts you need today, so wake up and come to the Dapco store nearest you, where we don't just sell auto parts, we know auto parts.
How much royalty can you buy for 49 cents? One drop, a royal bubble bath, one tiny shower, of a royal mean bars, or a sandwich fit for a king. King Ralph's Royal Deal at Burger King. When you buy any size fries and a soft drink, get a double cheeseburger for 49 cents. A meal truly fit for a king. King Ralph's Royal Deal at Burger King.
Kevin Whitaker Chevrolet in Greenville would like you to consider this: a new 1991 S10 Tahoe pickup for $79.95. It's equipped with air, V6, power steering, AM/FM stereo cassette, sliding rear window, white leather tires, custom cloth interior, rally wheels, all for $79.95 to first-time buyers. And while supplies last, we'll throw in a bedliner at no extra charge. So if you've been wanting an S10 truck, come by Kevin Whitaker Chevrolet on 291 North in Greenville.
Build an appetite for laughs with Nature Dad's special recipe, how to raise a family. Take one rad dad.
I generally get by on grubs and beetles and worms.
Ew, and you kiss him.
Married to a non-com mom.
Oops, sorry, I didn't see you. Outfit, you just blend right in.
Saute over medium heat. Add 3 cool daughters.
No, me, yeah!
4 life in cozy quarters.
Youngins.
All the ingredients for family fun. Nature Dad, Monday.
back to Daytona Beach, Florida, and our Winston Cup special. Earlier today here, they ran the Busch Grand National Opener for 1991, the Goodies 300. You might guess who won that one. Dale Earnhardt rolls on to victory, had to hold off Michael Waltrip and Davey Allison. Within the first 35 laps of the race today, there were 3 major accidents, eliminating about 16 cars from the field. Fortunately, no serious injuries. Robert Presley out of Asheville finishing 20th in that event today, which was a table setter for tomorrow. Now, unfortunately, tomorrow, and in fact for the first couple of months of Winston Cup 1991, Larry Pearson of Spartanburg will not be racing. Now, he has a team all set. They're ready to go, but they've got to wait for a few things to develop, actually, before they hit the track, which will be in late April or in early May. Larry is in our Spartanburg studios and joins us tonight to talk about, though, what he hopes will be a successful return to Winston Cup racing when, indeed, that does get going a little bit later on this spring. Larry, thanks a lot for coming on board tonight. How's it going with you?
Okay, Pete. I'm just sitting here up in Spartanburg freezing while you're down there in sunny Florida.
Sunny, yes, but I'll tell you what, it is just as chilly here, and your many friends along Garage Row and Pit Row could vouch and attest for that, certainly, from today. You are getting ready to get in the saddle of a new team. Why don't you tell us a little bit about that and how it all came together for you? I know it's a carryover from late last year, but explain the background behind your new gang for this year.
Well, Pete, what I was doing, I was driving for Mach 1 Racing in Charlotte in May, and, you know, it was on a race-to-race basis. So this guy comes up to me and tells me about this guy, Larry Hedrick, is wanting to get into racing. And he's from Statesville, North Carolina, and he owns Statesville Auto Auction. So I get in touch with Larry Hedrick, and I go up and I meet with him, and you know, we just became very good friends. So you know, we agreed to run 5 races last year, and the ones that we ran, we finished pretty well in. So you know, we set out to find a sponsor, and we were fortunate enough to find Kellogg's Corn Flakes for this year. But we actually only got the deal a couple of weeks ago, so things just started out very slowly for us, so we're not able to be down in Daytona, although I'd like to. But, you know, we're putting our things together to marketing and things for Kellogg's Corn Flakes, so it's going pretty slowly right now, so we won't be able to start racing until April or May.
How difficult is it for a guy who has been around racing for as many years as you have to not be here and taking part in the actual speed weeks?
Well, it's pretty hard. You know, I'm going to be watching it on television, of course, but, you know, I went down there for a couple of days last week and unveiled the car with its new colors and officially announced Kellogg's that Kellogg's Corn Flakes is our sponsor for 1991. And just standing around listening to the engines roar and talking to some of the guys that were down there, I missed it pretty bad. So, you know, I only stayed a couple of days down there, so I had to get back home before, you know, before I started missing it too bad.
Well, of course, we wish you the best of luck in that Chevrolet this year. And I want to touch on something else, Larry, that I find very interesting. I got a chance to visit your home a few weeks back, and you have a most interesting collection of cars that you've actually driven there. Why don't you explain to the folks exactly what I'm talking about?
Well, what it is, I've got a friend down in Darlington, South Carolina, Russell Branham down there, and every Christmas he presents me with my Christmas present, and it's a model car of the car that I drove in the previous years. It's very special, you know. He does a very neat job with them, and they look very, very real, as you can see there. And you know, I'm very, very appreciative for what he does for me there.
I'm sure it adds to your racing collection, and I'm sure that you can't wait to get into one of those things for real. And again, it'll be late April or early May in Alabama, I guess.
Yeah, well, right now we're planning on running Talladega our first race, but we might sneak a North Wilkesboro in there in April. You can't ever tell yet.
All righty. Larry Pearson, thanks a lot. Good luck to you in these couple of months that you're waiting, and best of luck when the season gets going for good for you a little bit later on.
Thank you, Pete.
Okay, Larry Pearson of Spartanburg, getting ready for 91 just like everybody else is. Now, just 2 years ago, of course, Darrell Waltrip was in the number 17 Tide Chevy. He was competing for the Winston Million, going after a points title. Jeff Bodine was hanging around, acting competitive. Kenny Schrader had a very successful speed weeks in Daytona. Looked like he was on to bigger and better things. And all in all, Hendrick Racing was really rolling along strong. Last year, though, some ups and downs. You know about Waltrip's problems, and, of course, Jeff Bodine had left the team for last season. And as we enter this year, only Schrader remains from that trio, and Ricky Rudd is on board for a second year. Our Fred Cunningham earlier this week asked some folks involved with the organization, is Hendrick Racing still as strong as it was not long ago?
So last year we
Speed Week traditionally belongs to the Rick Hendrick team. Led by Ken Schrader, this group has dominated the preliminaries. Schrader has been a lock in pole qualifying, the Busch Clash, and his Twin 125. But 1990 has been different. There was no pole for Hendrick, no win in the 125s, and in the Clash, Schrader and teammate Ricky Rudd came away with mangled machines.
Well, these guys have worked awful hard, and also some of these other crews have chipped in. Our body men were not down here, and the guys off the Quaker State team, Banjo, their body man, stepped over here, and they were nice enough to let us use them. He volunteered, and a couple of guys off the Kodak film team of Ernie Irvin, they stepped over here, and looks like before we go to race on Thursday, we'll have a good-looking race car again.
Rudd was able to rebuild his car, while Schrader opted to work on his backup Kodiak Chevrolet. This year's Rick Hendrick team is much more focused. A year ago, they were trying to put 3 cars into the 500 with a chance to win, plus fielding 2 other cars just to be able to run for the filming of Days of Thunder. With Darrell Waltrip running his own team, this year Hendrick is going with 2 drivers. Rudd and Schrader are part of a leaner, meaner team.
Oh, most definitely. You know, we're just taking the 2 efforts and kind of taking all the knowledge that each one of them gains throughout the year and not really combining the efforts, but sharing the information and hoping that each single effort will come out a little stronger. Well, it's a real good crowd, you know, real good bunch. Rick Hendrick's a real good people. You know, you've got everything you need at your disposal, and we just need to go out and win some races and keep Rick happy.
I'm Fred Cunningham for the Winston Cup preview.
And we'll be back with a closing thought after this.
The 1991 Winston Cup preview has been brought to you by Fairway Ford, Palmetto Bank, Hardee's, and the Honda dealers of the Carolinas.
This is the key that starts the car that's been named to Car and Driver's Top 10 list 8 years in a row. To the Honda dealers of the Carolinas, you might think it's the key to success. To those who buy a 1991 Honda Accord, we think it's the key to happiness.
A lot of banks that do business here, but don't live here. Look at upstate South Carolina and see nothing but cold, hard cash. We look at upstate South Carolina and see home.
Come on, boys.
The Palmetto Bank. Nobody knows the upstate like we do.
Hardee's 99-cent breakfast, huh? Ooh, made from scratch biscuit with sausage. That's the one I want. Sold. Wait a sec. The biscuits and gravy. Okay, then biscuits and gravy it is. Hold it. A bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit. I didn't see that. Or hot cinnamon raisin biscuits. Ooh, sausage 99. Wait, go back.
Can I help you?
With all this at 99 cents, the only easy choice is where to go.
Sausage, cinnamon raisin biscuit.
99-cent breakfast every day. Only Hardee's.
Right now at Fairway Ford in Greenville, you can save thousands during our February inventory meltdown sale. With factory option package discounts, cash rebates, and huge Fairway discounts, you'll save like never before. A new 91 Ranger XLT equipped with 5-speed air conditioning, AM/FM stereo cassette, chrome rear step bumper, and more is just $87.91. That's right, just $87.91. See us today. Pick out a new Ford truck and save thousands. Fairway Ford on the Motor Mile in Greenville.
Tomorrow at noon here on TV7, another running of the Daytona 500. Hope you enjoy that race and the entire upcoming Winston Cup season. For now, I'm Pete Yanity. Thanks for joining us, and good night.
Good luck to you, Joe. Thank you. Joe Ruppin at 193.5 miles per hour.
And a bedliner at no extra charge. So if you've been wanting an S10 truck, come by Kevin Whitaker Chevrolet on 291 North in Greenville.
This CBS Sports Special, the Daytona 500, is sponsored by STP, makers of STP oil treatment, gas treatment, fuel injector cleaner, and son of a gun.
Welcome to the Daytona 500, sponsored by STP. First Brands Corporation, makers of STP, is proud to be the first title sponsor in the 33-year history of this premier event. Racing is an important part of STP, and we hope everyone enjoys an exciting and safe race today. And now, let's go to the host of the Daytona 500, Chris Economaki.
Thank you, Mr. Dudley. I've watched stock car racing grow from the dusty fairgrounds of the 1940s to today's superspeedway extravaganzas. Today's huge spectator turnout proves America's love affair with the automobile is growing. The Daytona 500 has something for everyone. Many of today's charismatic drivers are million-dollar men whose star quality transcends even Hollywood, as Hollywood is a far cry from a life-and-death business. And the cars are a far cry from the high-wheeled, turn-of-the-century racers Henry Ford and Ransom Olds used. Detroit knew then, as it knows now, performance sells. 40 years ago, over my microphone, I would have ballyhooed the Knights of the Roaring Road. Today's Knights continue that quest for glory, only the spoils are substantially higher. Today alone, $2.2 million. And now, here's my colleague, Dave Despain.
This empty space on pit road represents third starting spot. Dale Earnhardt's black number 3 is scheduled to line up here. He's a little late for what everyone thinks will be his party. That car is waiting down an inspection and will soon be rolled into position, and that will be bad news, some say, for the rest of this field. Earnhardt has led and won 3 stock car preliminaries this week. Today is Sunday. Can he be beaten? Most of the experts here don't think so. Now to my pit road colleague, Mike Joy.
Thank you, Dave. This is the throne of the king. King Richard Petty, that is. He's won the Daytona 500 far more than any other driver, but it's been since 1977 he started as far to the front as third position where this car rests today. Can Richard Petty win his 8th 500 and come to victory lane? Let's go back to Dave Despain.
Davey Allison owns the 500 pole. This was the fastest car in the one-lap time trials. Now on Friday, Davey and the outside pole sitter, Ernie Irvan, raced slot cars against some local youngsters warming up, part of the hoopla for the 500. Well, this is Sunday, and that means it's time for Davey Allison to strap himself in here and race with the big boys. Now to the other end of pit road, and Ned Jarrett.
Because of several pit road incidents in 1990, NASCAR has mandated sweeping changes on pit stop rules for 1991. This flat piece of asphalt known as pit road could play an important part in the outcome of this Daytona 500. Maybe as important as what happens on the high banks of the 2.5-mile track they'll race on. Now let's go topside in Ken Squire.
These are but 4 of the stories here today, but certainly the bigger, more important story for all of us is the war in the Persian Gulf. 42 drivers and the over 100,000 assembled here are, at this hour, honoring the men and women standing in harm's way in the Middle East. Let's join them now in the pre-race area at the start-finish line. Here's Mike Joy.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are joined here in Daytona by CBS TV across America and American Forces Television around the world and in the Persian Gulf region. Would you please stand and welcome former U.S. Marine Lance Corporal Mike Powell, now full-time crewman on the Junior Johnson race team. We honor our forces in the Middle East as they preserve our freedoms and the American way of life.
Just my children and my wife. I thank my lucky stars to be living here today, 'cause the flag still stands for freedom and they can't take that away. And I'm proud
Would you please remain standing as we pay tribute to the greatest country in the world? Join with T.G. Shepherd and Slow Burn in the singing of our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars to the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bomb bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
The driver of this car adds something special to his motor oil. So does the driver of this car. They both use STP oil treatment for drivers on a racetrack or drivers on a fast track. STP.
Mellow Yellow comes in 12 ounces, 16 ounces, 2 liters, and now 5.9 liters, 650 horsepower.
Looks like we're running on the right fuel.
Kyle Petty and the Mellow Yellow Racing Team. There's nothing mellow about it.
The same battery that has started all Daytona 500 winners since 1978. Also starts millions of cars all over America every day. Die Hard. More power when you need it most.
All of these championship-winning drivers have one thing in common: Goodyear Racing Eagles. The race-winning technology that's found in the Goodyear Racing Eagles can also be found in the world's best-selling line of high-performance street tires, Goodyear Eagle Street Radials. The champions know, and it's why we say the best tires in the world have Goodyear written all over them.
Fact, the full-size Ford pickup has more repeat buyers than any other pickup. Fact, the full-size Ford pickup sales lead over Chevy is wider than last year. Fact, our most popular model is priced $600 less than a comparably equipped Chevy. Call it leadership, call it winning, call it anything you want. The simple fact is, Ford is #1. Save now during Leadership Month at your Ford dealer.
And welcome back to the Great American Race. Ken Squire here at Daytona, where throughout this entire week, one name has been on everyone's lips. That's Earnhardt. The Intimidator has been invincible. He has won 3 races in the past 7 days. And the question to my racing colleague, David Hobbs, is, can anybody whip him?
Well, Ken, forecasting race winners is a chancy business at best. But everybody that should know down in the pit area has really given this race to Dale Earnhardt. But it's a very strong pursuing pack. Davey Allison on the pole. Richard Petty in his 31st start, running incredibly well. And relative newcomers, Ernie Irvan and Hut Strickland, looking good. But the chances of any of these drivers just flat winning this race are, to be quite honest, pretty slim. But Dale Earnhardt knows that races can be lost as well. And one way this race could be lost this year is with the new pit stop procedures instituted by NASCAR over the winter. Well, our NASCAR guru is Ned Jarrett. Ned knows all about these rules and procedures. Let us know, Ned.
David, pit and race strategy will certainly be different here than any past Daytona we have ever seen. When cars would come down pit road and take on 4 new tires during caution flags, that won't happen today. Now, the new pit road rules have been in effect here for more than a week in the preliminary events, but none of those are 500 miles, so the real test of the new rules will come today. Pit road in the past had become a traffic jam under yellow flag conditions as cars darted in and out to take advantage of the caution. With all the emphasis on speed for both car and crew, the pits had become a dangerous place to work. Last year, there were several incidents. One at Talladega where some crewmen were hurt, and in Atlanta, Mike Rich, a member of Bill Elliott's crew, was killed in this incident.
When the yellow flag
so with a number of pit road mishaps, NASCAR formulated new pit rules for this year, and on Wednesday they were explained to the drivers and crew chiefs.
The second pace car will pick you up in turn 2.
With 2 pace cars, 1 pace car will lead the cars around the track as usual. A second pace car will take cars wishing to pit down pit road. In an effort to avoid mass pitting under yellow, no tire changes will be allowed. In addition, cars will be designated odd or even based on their starting position, not car number. Odd cars will display a blue sticker, even cars an orange sticker. Following caution on the second green flag lap, the odd cars can pit. On the third green flag lap, even cars can pit. This will stagger the cars along pit road. Penalties will be enforced for cars violating these rules. A NASCAR inspector will hold cars in their pit. There will be 1 lap and 15-second penalties assessed. These penalties will start once all work on the car has been completed. Drivers and their crews are now trying to figure out new pitting strategies.
Look at the different situations we could get into if we're going to pick one of these 2 pits, basically.
That's 3 times more dangerous on the green stop pitting down there.
Yeah.
At Daytona or a bigger track, I think it's got a better chance of working than it has on a shorter track. So it's all up in there. Everybody's just going to have to go out and run just as hard as you can, do the best you can, and again, if circumstances are right, the way things fall, then you'll be all right.
It is a bit confusing, but everyone is trying to make it work. Let's go down on pit road and meet the man they're all talking about. He's standing by with Dave Despain.
If we believed every word that had been written and said about this race, we'd give Dale Earnhardt the checkered flag and the money right now. How about it, Dale? Do you think you're as good as everybody says you are today?
Well, we hope so, Dave. The car's been working good all week, and, you know, it's the Daytona 500. There's a lot of competitive cars here, and it's a long day today, so you've got to run good all day long. You've got to have the luck with you, too. So, you know, we proved that last week that last year here, you don't win it by this car alone. You win it by a little luck to go with it.
Real quick, you're not the kind of guy that lets the pressure that everybody's put on you get to you, do you?
Well, we haven't yet, so hopefully we can withstand the pressure. We just want to get today behind us and see if we come on victory lane.
Let's go across pit road to Mike Joy.
The blue number 1 on the steering wheel hub signifies where Richard Petty sits in the minds of many race fans, but here it means he fits with the blue group today when we go back to green. How about it, Richard? 31 Daytona 500s, win number 8 today?
I don't know. We can try it. That's about all we can do. If we got some good luck, we'll finish good, and you know, we'll just have to go see what happens.
Well, you've been trying hard all week. Second place in the qualifying race has you the pick of many people in the stand.
Well, we had a good start anyway. This makes us feel good, makes the team feel good. Naturally, it makes the driver feel good that the car's running good. So now it's just up to us.
Richard Petty starting from the second row. Let's rejoin Dave Despain.
Davey Allison is one of the guys tired of hearing the question, can anybody beat Dale Earnhardt? I think maybe the question for Davey Allison is, can you win the Daytona 500 today?
Well, Dave, we feel like we've got a real good car today. We've been working on it all week, and it's done nothing but get better. Robert and all the guys in the engine shop have done a super job for me, and Jake and the guys on the crew have really given me what I've asked for in this race car. So we're real optimistic. You know, it's 500 miles, anything can happen, but we're going to give it our best shot.
There's a confident man. We'll be back to fire the engines for the 33rd running of the Daytona 500 right after this timeout.
They say that it's over. They say that you're through. But they just don't know you the way that I do. So bring back
Over its life, a Motorcraft battery delivers enough energy to light up a small park, like Candlestick Park. Shouldn't you install that peace of mind? Motorcraft quality parts from Ford.
3. Davy Allison believes. Mario and Michael Andretti believe. Don Prudhomme believes. You get out of a car what you put into it. Havoline Superior Grace.
Yeah. One use of STP fuel injector cleaner helps remove clogging deposits, and that should be of passing interest to a lot of drivers. STP fuel injector cleaner.
The combined force of Chris Mills and Brian Williams ignites number 6 Arizona against Kenny Anderson and the Ramblin' Wreck of Georgia Tech today.
Gentlemen, start your engines.
Ladies and gentlemen, the starting grid as they have qualified for the 33rd annual Daytona 500. Winning his first pole at nearly 196 miles per hour, the Ford of Davy Allison. Alongside making his third start in the 500, Ernie Urban in a Chevrolet. Starting third, looking for his 8th 500 win, Richard Petty in a Pontiac. And then the overwhelming favorite, Dale Earnhardt. In row 3, it's the Buick of the newest member of the Alabama gang, Hut Strickland and Kyle Petty. Row 4, the Oldsmobile of Rick Mast and Roger Penske's car with Rusty Wallace aboard. Row 5 is Ricky Rudd, the same car he crashed last Sunday in the Busch Clash, and the '89 winner Darrell Waltrip. Row 6 is Harry Gant and Sterling Marlin, now carrying the Junior Johnson colors. Row 7 is Michael Waltrip's Pontiac and Joe Ruttman back with the Raymock team. In row 8, it's the '85 and '87 champion Bill Elliott and the 1980 winner Buddy Baker. Row 9, Dale Jarrett driving for the Wood Brothers and Mark Martin in his Ford. Row 10 is Jeff Bodine, the '86 Daytona champion, and rookie Bobby Hamilton. Row 11, Jim Sauter, making his first 500 start in 5 years, and Jeff Purvis in the Neil Bonnet car. Row 12 is Jimmy Spencer in the Travis Carter machine, and Ken Schrader. Row 13, Greg Sachs carrying the Navy colors, and Rick Wilson in his 7th Daytona start. In row 14, it's Alan Kowicki with the U.S. Army colors, and Dick Trickle, car number 66. Row 15, Phil Barkdahl from Arizona, and Chad Little from out in the Northwest. Row 16, Terry Labonte, the '84 Winston Cup champion, and the sprint car champion, Sammy Swindell. Row 17, last year's surprise winner, Derek Cope from Spanaway, Washington, and Morgan Shepherd. Row 18, Robbie Gordon from Los Angeles, and Bobby Hillen Jr. from Texas. The 19th row is Ted Musgrave, a short track specialist trying the high banks for the first time, and Mickey Gibbs. Row 20, Jimmy Means from Alabama, and Eddie Bierswale. Row 21, the provisional starter, Brett Bodine, back from a nasty crash in the Thursday 125-mile qualifier, and Dave Marcus rounds out the field. We'll be back for the start of the $2 million Daytona 500 after these messages.
I love steak. I mean a big porterhouse. Fillet. I like it very nicely medium. Rare. The sound is like... Wait. It's not done. Now. I'm done.
Done. A1 is how steak is done.
Warning, cold starts can be tough on your car's engine because your motor oil might not reach some of its parts for a full minute. Back in Independent lab tests confirm whether it's 35 below zero or 50 above. Quaker State 10W30 gets to all your engine parts faster than other leading 10W30s. At 40 degrees, it's 3 times faster. So don't let cold starts make it tough on your engine. Get Quaker State. It's one tough motor oil.
All 42 cars have moved off pit road on the first of the 2 preliminary laps. And you're looking at Mark Martin carrying one of our 4 or 5 CBS onboard cameras today. Mark, you've got some running to do out here today if you want to catch your old nemesis Earnhardt.
We'll catch him before the day's over. We're just got to be smart here. We're at this traffic light. Take the Folgers Thunderbird right on up there. I don't think it's going to be a problem. We just don't want to get tore up before we get there.
Understand you had a cracked oil pan that had to be fixed.
Yeah, but, you know, this Roush team is the best. They put together bulletproof cars. And if I don't wreck this thing, we'll be fine, you know. And that's why I say we'll be careful and we'll get up there.
Good luck to you this afternoon.
Thank you.
Mark Martin, who says he's not here to smell the roses, not here to live life, he's here to race.
He looked a little subdued there, Ken, as maybe a little uptight.
As they finish the first lap, change in the lineup, Sammy Swindell, the veteran sprint car driver from the World of Outlaws, was starting 32nd, has fallen to the rear, and he's driving a backup car since he crashed out here with Dorsey Schrader in the third turn of the 125-miler. But he is on the field, but he'll come out of the last row now. Here's Dave Despain.
2 key issues are going to dictate the pace down here on pit road today. One of those is fuel. The gas men are really under a lot of heat today to make those gas stops effectively. That has always been true. But in the past, the reasons for coming on pit road essentially twofold. One is fuel and one is tires. Now, only fueling can be done under the yellow. A lot of teams feel they're going to have to do the majority of their pitting for fuel and for tires under green flag conditions, and that means the heat is on.
And Dave, since they can only take on tires under green, the teams have mounted up far less than in the past. Usually we'd see 10 full sets, 40 tires at nearly $200 a piece lined up here behind the Dale Earnhardt pit. There's only 4 sets here and 1 up on the wall ready to go on the car.
Take a look at these new pit boards along pit road, part of the new procedure out here.
Of course, everyone hanging those signs out so their drivers will know where their pits are in the neon colors. Very easy for the drivers to read, and their number is the only one they're interested in.
And of course, they are absolutely vital, because if you cross the line at the front of the pit, you get a 15-second penalty.
5 of the cars carry very special sponsors today. There you see Buddy Baker sporting the colors of the Marines. Alan Kowicki at number 7 is the Army car, starting 27. Mickey Gibbs will be out here for the U.S. Air Force today, and his number 24 out of the 38th position. There's the Navy car, number 18, Greg Saxon thought this whole idea up, and Dave Marcus way out back for the Coast Guard as we get set for a go. And we've had a phone call from Sergeant Patrick Lang from Ludington, Michigan, called from a hospital in Saudi Arabia, thanking everyone for the coverage, said they were all in tears as they were watching the preliminaries to this 500. Here's Chris Economaki.
The first 100,000 people on the ground today got one of these free American flags, and many people are sorry they didn't get up earlier because they're looking for them. It's a great day here at Daytona.
Out of turn 4. Field moving down for a start. Onboard cameras with Richard Petty, Dale Earnhardt, and Mark Martin at the outset. We'll be able to switch to Davey Allison and Jeff Bodine during the race. You're riding with Dale Earnhardt, the man who won 9 races last year, now with Richard Petty, getting ready for a lap this time by, and they will be going green 1 from now.
Well, Ned said that Mark Martin was looking a bit apprehensive. I tell you, the start of a race like this, especially after those pre-race ceremonies, I think subdued us all, and of course the moment, the weight of the moment has come on probably stronger than ever, which is why Mark Martin was probably looking just a little bit thoughtful.
I'm sure the drivers, like many of the rest of us, were a little choked up during that.
This is a camera on Richard Petty's helmet. This is as he sees the banking. It's a little different from the pictures you've seen before.
Well, high tech, of course, comes to town with these onboard cameras, and quite frankly, it never looks quite the same to me as it does from when you really are in a race car. But this helmet cam on Richard Petty, we do get the feeling of speed, the violence as he goes over the bumps on those banking. It shows up much better on those. I'm sure we'll see more of them.
And you really get an idea of the lack of visibility out of these race cars. Green this time by. It's a cool, brisk day. It's warmed up now into the 50s here at Daytona, but they've taken some extra time in warming the motors, getting us down for a start. Like for a start right now, gentlemen. You both said out there.
It's an ancient moment, no doubt about it. This is the Super Bowl of stock car racing, the first race of the year. They have prepared all winter to get to this race, to get in it, and now to run for the big dollars in front of a international crowd.
Well, as much pressure as you're ever going to find in any race car anywhere, and of course the key is that it is their Super Bowl of racing, and of course it's the first race of the season, so tremendous amount of pressure on all these teams and drivers, and of course the rewards are so high, as Chris said, and so much responsibility to sponsors and this sort of thing that it's very difficult.
Pace car brings them down. Watch for him to dip in just a moment. And let's listen as the Daytona 500 comes to life. Into turn number 1. It's Davey Allison jumping out in front, and Ernie Irvin goes into second spot. Calls himself Swervin' Irvin. See what he's going to do. Notice that Kyle Petty just up in front of his dad here as they head down the backstretch for the first time.
Passing already starting, going into turn 3. There's Earnhardt moving up on Ernie Irvin. He isn't going to waste much time, Ken, trying to go to the front.
That's what we may see all day. That car runs on a rail on the bottom of the racetrack. Earnhardt on the bottom for second.
Shaking his fist at somebody already. I think he got tagged there. By the way, he took a big bite of that wheel. Crossed the stripe for the first time. Davey Allison still leads, but just look at the way that Dale Earnhardt's able to stay out of the draft and just pull by our pole sitter, Davey Allison.
That's pure horsepower, David.
And it's incredible handling. He can run anywhere he wants, as he proved a week ago in the Busch Clash. High, middle, low. This number 3 will track.
A lot of hearts already sinking as they watch Dale Earnhardt disappear.
He has dominated, I mean dominated, led 80% of the NASCAR races he has been here in the past 7 days. 400 of 475 miles.
Again, one thing that these drivers had on their mind, there's 5 bonus points for leading a race in Winston Cup competition. Now Davey Allison has those 5 bonus points, and so does Dale Earnhardt, and they count those up as the year goes by. It becomes very important for them.
And of course we're seeing another classic NASCAR Winston Cup phenomenon here, and that is the dynamic duo, Davey Allison and Dale Earnhardt, hooking up there and trying to pull away from that pack that's duking it out behind them, and so far they seem to be very successfully doing that.
Further back, Rusty Wallace is in third, Hutch Strickland in fourth. Now here comes Ernie Irvin back to fourth, Hutch Strickland to fifth, and that's allowing those leaders to get away as they run side by side a little further back. And note Rusty Wallace in the 2-car, the Roger Penske team, making an entry into Winston Cup racing with Wallace. A report from Mike Joy.
Ken, if you have a good close look at the left front corner of Dale Earnhardt's car, you'll find not everybody here is a fan of his. He has hit a seagull in a critical part of that car, right in the inlet for the oil cooler. Richard Childress wants to know what it looks like from your point of view.
Anybody see feathers?
It looks like, yeah, it looks like it's there on the left front of the car, that maybe there is something hanging on there.
Indeed there is.
Now, how much of the airflow has it cut off going into the radiator?
Well, I said all week that fate could play a part, and the only thing that could stop him, maybe it already has begun to show its head here, that fate again, Father Dale Earnhardt.
One way to lose the race. Boy, if he loses, he'll be pretty distraught. An idea of the speed there as they go past the banking. We have some great speed shots here. The CBS guys have put some great speed shots. I always think one of the best speed shots is when you look out of the car and watch that wall going by.
looks down the long backstretch, you can see what he's looking into as he goes into that turn. Rusty Wallace has caught up to Davey Allison and Dale Earnhardt.
There you see the black number 2 running in 3rd position. And Ernie Irvin in 4th, Ricky Rudd in 5th. And Hut Strickland, the 30-year-old from Alabama, driving for Bobby Allison just behind them in 6th. Sense of speed out of turn number 4. Just incredible, inches apart, 42 strong.
All laps down.
A thought from Chris Economac.
Well, we're watching the early laps here. Richard Petty, the focus of many fans' attention. His son, Kyle, pulled alongside a moment ago and then waved bye-bye and put him a couple of car lengths behind. The Pettys are doing extremely well today.
We may be able to see what happened to Earnhardt out here.
Yeah, you can see right there. The bird flew right into the left corner of his Chevrolet. I don't believe, Ken, that there's enough covered the air intake area that it would affect it too much. Fouled up his aerodynamics for just a moment, but
we might be able to look at his instrument panel, of course, from that onboard camera. We can see all his key instruments. Richard Petty, after going so well in the 125-mile qualifiers, is slipping way towards the back of this field, back in the 16th spot.
Yeah.
Report from Dave Despain.
We all know Dale Earnhardt's strategy. It's always to go to the front. But Davey Allison sat on the pole for this race, and I'm wondering, Robert Yates, car owner, what's your plan for dealing with Dale Earnhardt? What's your strategy for dealing with the 3-car?
Well, Jake wanted to make sure he led that first lap, and then he said just follow Earnhardt, so everything's working like it right now.
We've understood that there might be a report your car's running hot. Anything to that?
Well, right now in the draft, we might be a little bit. We'll open up some of that when we make our stop.
So they need to get some air to that car, but they're pretty comfortable with the pace.
Here's Richard Petty back in 16th spot. Reviewing back a little further, in 10th at the present time is Martin, 11th is Sterling Marlin, 12th is Rick Mast, 13th is Bill Elliott, 14th Bodine, 15th Schrader. Now,
there right in front is Dale Jarrett. How's the kid feeling today, Ned?
Looks pretty good. He felt good this morning about the car, the way it handled, and he's looking forward to this Daytona 500, his first in a Wood Brothers car.
And with that move by Dale Jarrett, Petty slips further back. Petty had an amazing run in the 125-mile qualifiers. Had him come across inches in front of Strickland for second place. More from Daytona shortly.
Why do women always know when you're not telling them the whole story? And why do they always change plans at the last minute? And why do we keep putting up with them?
Why ask why? Try Bud Dry. It's cold filtered for smooth draft taste and dry brewed for no aftertaste. So while women may remain a mystery, refreshment won't.
A company can learn a lot in 125 years. Valvoline has. You learn in the lab, you learn on the road, you learn on the racetrack. As you learn, you make your product better. And better and better. Today's Valvoline will keep your engine cleaner than ever before. And cleaner means more protection against engine wear. 125 years of quality. That's why people who know use Valvoline.
One car manufacturer has more NASCAR victories than anyone. Winning over 350 NASCAR races. Over 4 decades of racing. That car manufacturer is Ford. And that kind of winning performance goes beyond the winner's circle.
If you buy at least 10 rolls of Owens Corning Pink Insulation, R13 or higher, you can get a free NBA team travel bag. Choose Choose your favorite team. Offer ends March 3rd.
The product. The proving grounds. The results. STP gas treatment is the edge.
Relive the great years of the Great American Race in this new CBS Sports home video. To order by credit card, call 1-800-999-VIDEO. Daytona, drama, danger, dedication. Includes this year's 500, and it's only $19.98 plus $3 shipping and handling. With 9 of 200 laps complete, let's look at the standings. At that time, Earnhardt up in front. In the second position was Davey Allison. Maintaining third, California's Ernie Irvan. Going fourth was Ricky Rudd. In the fifth position, Kyle Petty. Front five, Joe Ruttman was then running sixth. In seventh, Hut Strickland. The eighth position, Rusty Wallace at 9. Buddy Baker in ninth position, the 1980 winner of the event. Mark Martin was then in 10th. Mark Martin has now pulled into ninth position and continues to close on the leaders. Here are those leaders. And here you see Martin in the number 6 car moving in on number 2, Rusty Wallace, for 8th spot.
Rusty Wallace was running right at the head of this group. Seems to have slipped back into a second group. You can see that fairly big gap behind Joe Ruttman in the car number 75, who's done extremely well to tag on to that front quintet. Joe Ruttman coming from 14th to 5th.
Ride with Mark Martin for just a moment in car number 6 from his 18th position. Dave Despain is in Richard Petty's pit.
And here for so many years we would be talking to Dale Inman, Richard's cousin and crew chief for so many of those 7 Daytona 500 wins. He's up on the roof. He's a spotter now. And Robbie Loomis gets the call to talk to the TV reporters and tell us what's happening to Richard, who's gone from 3rd to 7th. We've
got a car in trouble. It's number 2. That's Swindell. Swindell, who crashed here in the 125-mile qualifier. Luke's the Moroso car. First caution is out. Comes as they finish lap 13. There's the new flags. That's the old flag, actually. You're going to see a couple of new ones in a moment. Closing pit road.
That is what this flag is all about. The red flag with the yellow cross stripes just means that they cannot come into the pits until this pace car has picked them up. Now, the pace car has picked them up, as we see, so the green flag will be out here shortly, so they can come into the pits. There's the pace car, and the second pace car coming out now, and that's the car that will lead them down pit road, anyone who chooses to make a pit stop during a caution.
And when they come in, they cannot change tires. Other things they can do, they could change windshield. They can pull out some sheet metal. They can jack a little weight, but they cannot change tires. Trying to protect those people on the right side of the car on pit road. After this period under caution, the race will go back to green. 1 lap later, cars that carry a little blue sticker on them, that pitted in odd pits, will be able to come on pit road if they need tires, and a lap later, the even pitted cars will come on pit road.
Okay, car number 20 has come into the pits. Now, he came in while the cross flags were still out. There will be a penalty. The penalty for him will be that he'll have to go to the rear of the field regardless of who makes pit stop. Now you see the green flag is waving, so anyone can pit now. You'll see the pace car, the second pace car coming down pit road. I doubt if we'll see many of the cars pit this early in the race.
No one among the leaders electing to come in. Finishing the 15th lap now.
Those back towards the rear of the pack, if they need adjustments, yes, we are going to see some of them coming in. They really don't have a great deal to lose because they aren't giving up track position.
8 cars deciding to come in now, included Terry Labonte, who finished second here a year ago, and Morgan Shepherd. Phil Buckdahl out of Arizona.
Brett Bodine coming in, who had that horrendous crash on Thursday afternoon, but he's down in his spare car.
Dave Marcus is there. Jimmy Means is in as well. Eddie Bierswale on pit road. And Robbie Gordon, the off-road racer out of California. The Don Levy car is one of the first out. Now you see the 71 coming on, Dave Marcus. under caution. Cars in the back of the field taking this opportunity to make some adjustments, make some changes, hopefully run a little stronger.
And, of course, to fill it up with fuel, top it off. They've run 15 laps now, so that gives them that much longer that they can stay out on the racetrack if the green should stay out for a long period of time.
First caution of the day in the 33rd annual Daytona 500.
This, of course, is when this caution rule can catch you out. Sammy Swindell spins, brings out the caution flag, and after a spin like that, obviously his tires are completely finished, so he absolutely has to fit new tires. But by fitting them under the caution, he immediately incurs yet another lap penalty. It looks like he's going to lose a couple in the pits anyway. No, they're going to let him out now. Good sponsor that's another First Brands company, Glad, and they're having their fight against waste here this week, a big recycling program that is their new sponsors instituting that.
Bartlett, Tennessee campaigner who was twice champion in sprint car racing, the World of Outlaws, which is a tough circuit that runs twice annually across the country. Let's go to Chris Economack.
Well, 37.5 miles are in the book. We talked with Junior Johnson this morning. He's the owner of Jeff Bodine and Sterling Marlin's cars about how far they could go on a tank full of gas. And Junior smiled and said, we're going to go on 2.5 stops.
2.5, huh? Here's Dave Despain.
Well, that's one pit strategy. Another unfolding here in the Richard Petty pit. Now, Richard was a good example of the questions you have to ask yourself on this yellow flag. All up and down the pit road, everyone was poised, thinking their driver may stop. Frankly, I think a lot of that is just habit. This was not a pit stop on which most cars would want to come in. But Richard has fallen from 3rd to about 17th in the field. Is there something wrong with the car? Might they stop and fix it? They considered it. They think their big problem is simply acceleration on the start, and that once the tires are worn, they can keep up, so they did not stop. Let's go to Mike.
Dave, here's your standard oil filter on the right side of the screen, and the new filter for NASCAR racing on the left has a much bigger opening and bigger filter area. It allows some of these cars to run as much as 15 degrees cooler. But this is not the brand of filter used by the Dale Earnhardt team, so he's keeping a very close eye on that oil temperature gauge with the Seagull, part of him in the inlet, for that oil cooler. Engine Builder of the Year Ed Lanier says if the temperature gets to 240, they'll begin to be concerned, and if it reaches 250, they will have to bring Dale in and clean out that inlet.
Well, that was a misfortune for that Seagull, and it could be for Dale Earnhardt. Now, here's car number 90. This is Robbie Gordon. There's a stop and go on him as he went above the line coming out of the pits following his time down here making an adjustment on the Don Levy Ford.
And there's a 1-lap penalty on the Sammy Swindell car, number 20, because he came in before the pits were open. We're about ready to go green, Tim.
Pace car is in as they come to the strike. Davey Allison is first, Earnhardt second, Ernie Irvin third, Kyle Petty fourth, Joe Ruttman running very well up to fifth, Hut Strickland and the Bobby Allison car running in sixth. Field on a break into turn number 1, back to green flag conditions. This coming as they commence the 18th lap. Davey Allison pulls away for just a moment. That should not be for long. Here comes our first 5, Allison, Earnhardt, Irvin, Petty, Ruttman on the break.
And we have a note that Alan Kowicki is having major handling problems with his car, and he's back in 23rd position now in the car sponsored by the Army, or that is carrying the colors of the Army, I should say. They aren't sponsored.
Joe Ruttman making a big dive down the inside of Kyle Petty and Ernie Irvan there and getting into 3rd spot. Joe Ruttman running like a real bear this afternoon. Qualified way down in 14th spot. I say way down, 14th spot, 193 as opposed to 195.5 miles an hour. Good run this afternoon, though.
What a run back here as you watch Kyle Petty on the inside, and the draft on the outside has Hut Strickland in the 12, Ricky Rudd in the 5, Mark Martin in the 6, all wheeling by, and here comes Sterling Marlin as well in the new Junior Johnson car.
Kyle Petty just simply got caught down on the inside, no one to draft with, and they went right around him. Mark Martin in a similar position as Sterling Marlin goes around him on the outside. Now Kyle Petty might be able to pick up Mark Martin, but Martin wants to get back in line. I don't blame him.
Sterling Marlin looked very formidable in that last training period yesterday afternoon. He looked strong. Also, Waltrip looked pretty good in that last hour following the 300. Now we have one car coming on pit road. It may have tapped the wall. It looks like it's Bodine. Limping onto pit road, right front tire down on car number 26, the Kenny Bernstein car.
Boy, they have had some tough luck here during speed weeks. He demolished a car in the 125-mile qualifying races. Now it looks like that he has scraped either another car or the wall one, having trouble getting the jack under it. With that tire flat, you can see the coming apart as he came into the pit.
And that happened right up here in turn 4, where he was brushed by Bobby Hamilton, stuffed into the wall, then came almost head-on across the track into the inside retainer. Going a lap down is Brett Bodine. Up in front, Davey Allison stays in first. Crew working to put Brett Bodine back in this race.
Got a problem under the car there. Yeah. And the car's in the wall.
And there's trouble over in turn 2.
2 cars in the wall. That is Rick Wilson in the number 8 car, and right behind him, the man who won the 400 here back in '87, Greg Sachs, and a little fire coming out from beneath Rick Wilson's car as they kept them up in the wall.
Fortunately, they were able to keep them up into the wall, and that's what they wanted to do. They did not want to careen down across the track in front of the other cars, so they were able to keep them up there. Both of those cars look like they're damaged too much to continue, but we'll see.
That's the carbon copy of what happened to me on my one and only Daytona 500. Went into the wall, just coming out of one, and my only thought was all those guys have been pestering me in the garage for weeks. Don't come off the wall, and did exactly that. Just held it on the wall.
Rick Wilson had tried to make a move. He was trying to move around Rusty Wallace. There you see it, and gets up in the wall. Greg Sachs getting caught up in this.
Rick Wilson did well to hold that up in the wall after that, because it comes around, slaps the back, but he's just determined to make sure it stays up there.
Sachs in the Navy car, the 18. Wilson driving for the first time for the Stavola brothers. Walking away, Bartow, Florida's Rick Wilson, angry and disappointed.
Talking to Greg Sachs, they're explaining what happened to each other.
Harry Hyde, the crew chief on the number 8 car, and Sachs in with his own team this year, owner and driver. Hard way to start the year. Under caution for the second time. 21 laps are complete. 21 down, 200 to be run in the 33rd annual Daytona 500. We'll be back for more of the action live here from CBS Sports following these messages.
Mellow Yellow comes in 12 ounces, 16 ounces, 2 liters, and now 5.9 liters, 650 horsepower.
Looks like we're running on the right fuel.
Kyle Petty and the Mellow Yellow Racing Team. There's nothing mellow about it.
Pennzoil, at home in America. Indy racing, off-road racing, drag racing. We've been driving a long time to get to this one. NASCAR USA. Pennzoil is there. We've got the car. We've got the team. We've got the driver.
And if they got the oil, Pennzoil.
Pennzoil. Ever since America learned to drive.
The same battery that has started all Daytona 500 winners since 1978. Also starts millions of cars all over America every day. Die Hard. More power when you need it most.
One use of STP Fuel Injector Cleaner helps remove clogging deposits, and that should be of passing interest to a lot of drivers. STP Fuel Injector Cleaner.
So you're into statistics. Well, here's a couple you may have missed. Over the past 5 years, cocaine-related deaths have more than tripled, while deaths involving heroin have nearly doubled. Every year, tens of thousands who gamble with drugs pay the ultimate price. If you don't believe these numbers, come and see for yourself, because here is where they keep all of the final statistics on file.
We're in a must-win situation, and we're all in it together.
Daytona Beach, home of the 500. And the standings after 21 laps here in this February event has Davey Allison first, Earnhardt sustaining second, Ernie Irvan willing to ride in third. The fourth position is Hut Strickland, had a great 125-mile qualifier, and Joe Ruttman, who back in the early 80s drove for Raymark Racing, back running fifth with that team this year. Ricky Rudd is in sixth for Rick Hendrick Stables, and in seventh is Sterling Marlin. Mark Martin still on the move up to eighth. Rick Mast, who we saw drive in '89 to sixth place at the end of the 500, is ninth, and Kyle Petty rounds out the top 10. Here's the 18 car of Sachs being brought in. That one's done for the day. Here's a report from Mike Joy.
Richard Childress owns Dale Earnhardt's car, and he spent a lot of time in Victory Lane already this week. What's he telling you about that oil cooler blockage?
Well, we're watching it right now. It don't seem to be a problem. If it got up around 240 or 250, we'd start getting concerned.
Now, Robert Yates was just here, the crew chief of the leading car driven by Davey Allison, and he usually doesn't come to pay a social call in the middle of the race. What's going on here?
Well, we just wanted to talk about some stuff, you know, and the bird.
The Thunderbird or the other bird?
Right now, the other bird.
Okay, well, nobody's been able to beat these two black cars all week. Let's see what happens when the green flag comes back out. Here's Dave Despain.
Bobby Allison's a busy guy this week. He's a former winner of the 500, 1988. He is the father of the pole sitter Davey Allison, but perhaps most importantly, he's the car owner for number 12, Hut Strickland. I counted him fourth that time, Brian. You got a big smile on your face.
Well, he's running good. Hut's giving that Ray Bestis Buick a good ride for us, and you know, we're enjoying Davey out there showing the way right now too.
I know how much you hated giving up that steering wheel, but how does it feel to be a successful car owner?
Well, I'll tell you, it's just a lot nicer here than it was in that hospital room. Ain't quite as good as being out there, but the boys are working hard to give me a good time. We appreciate that.
Any mixed emotions, Mom? How about it, Judy?
Yeah, I think it's really good that Hut's doing a good job like that, and we're really proud of him, and we're proud of Davey, too, you know. We'd like to say hi to all the family at home, especially our grandchildren.
Okay. Have a good day here. That's the Allison family reunion on pit road. Let's go back to Ken Squire.
And it's really great to see them back. And remember that year, '88, when Bobby and Davey, father and son, drove across the finish line 1-2. And here's Davey sitting on the pole for the first time, currently leading the man in black, Earnhardt. And, of course, the number 12 is Bobby Allison's car. There is Hut Strickland out of Alabama. His name was Wyman, and no one quite knows how he got the name Hut. He never was a football player, so it couldn't have come from there, but he wasn't too infatuated with his given name, so he called himself Hut.
Okay.
30 years old.
I think I would have ought to called Wyman.
I'll tell you, he's a good race driver. He is in his third year in full-time Winston Cup competition. And now with the car that'll take him to the front, he has brought it there. He has a lot of confidence, too.
And a part of the Allison family, more or less.
He married into the Allison family. His wife, Pam, is the daughter of Donnie Allison, of course, who is the brother of Bobby Allison.
How about it, Mike? What do you know about Hut?
Well, since you asked, Ken, and since we have time, Hut's dad is Waymond Strickland with a W. His twin brother is Raymond Strickland with an L, and they finally got a little brother named Raymond. So Hut is Waymond Jr., and he hung around his dad's salvage yard where everybody has 3- and 4-letter nicknames, and the one they just threw on him was Hut. Really didn't get popularized until he started driving race cars, and people couldn't figure out the Waymond, Layman, Raymond deal, so he is still, and always will be, Hut Strickland. Here's Chris.
Well, Joe Ruttman in car 75 started 14th, and he's up to 5th place. Joe Ruttman last year, for lack of sponsorship, sat out the season. We encountered him in some races. He was working for a catering company, waiting on tables in the suites and racetracks, bringing food to those people who were backing other drivers. Now he's back at the wheel and likes it very much, and he's done a great job today.
Fastest caterer we know right there, Joe Ruttman in car number 75. Coming up next, Arizona and Georgia Tech. very important game for Georgia Tech this afternoon. Road to the Final Four right here on CBS following the Daytona 500. Let's go to Dave Despain.
Well, the questions about the new pit rules can remain to be answered, but we're getting down to answer time. Remember on Thursday here, the twin 125s, we saw that a lot of these cars can run 125 miles without problem on fuel. They've had no reason to stop during these first two yellows, except for the cars in the back, as Ned has mentioned. They could give up track position, make their stop, try to improve their car, and not lose that much. The front-running cars could not afford that. But when you get to that 50-lap mark, green or yellow, those front-running cars are going to have to come in, and if that pit stop is under green, you're going to see the wrenches fly.
Getting set on a restart. Field in turn number 3. As they come around, there are 25 laps complete. Working the 26.
They're using the radial tires for the first time here at Daytona on these Winston Cup cars, and they think they can go comfortably around 100 laps on tires, so that won't be a major concern for a little while.
Be a little more stingy with the rubber than you've had in the past with these new pit rules. Pace car is in. Set for a start. Green comes out. Jimmy Spencer down on the inside, a lap down. And the top 4, Allison, Earnhardt, Irvin, Strickland. Brake on the outside. Spencer finds a hole and ducks in. The Travis car does not find a hole, stays down there. They get into turn number 1.
You're right, he did get a hole and ducked in. I don't know what happened quite. One minute he was in, and the next minute he was out of the line again.
Well, there's still 37 cars in the lead lap.
26 laps will be down at the end of this lap, and of course, as Dave says, come lap 50, I'd say 50 at the absolute outside, we're going to have to start seeing some pit action one way or another for gas.
Here comes Earnhardt making his move on Allison for the lead. Earnhardt's there, back out in front. With him comes Ernie Irvin.
Bill Elliott having trouble. He's got a flat tire. The right front tire is flat. Now then, here's a point. He has to go around. Where did he qualify?
Well, he can stop. Yeah, they haven't run three laps yet, so Bill Elliott is one of those that is on the blue, so he can stop this time around.
He can stop this time around, but he couldn't stop that time round, which of course could be crucial because he is languishing right at the back of the field now. The right front tire is flat. And he would have obviously normally stopped on that previous lap.
You saw Mickey Gibbs on pit road for a moment there. He's just coming back out. Here come the leaders by with Earnhardt in first. Tight run for second. And as they scream across the line, in second spot for the moment, that was Ernie Irvin, but he lost it immediately to Davey Allison. As they run side by side, Earnhardt pulls away.
Well, a lot of side-by-side racing back in the pack, but up front it's for second place as Ernie Irvin tries to take the measure off Davey Allison. Here's Bill Elliott now as he makes his way on to pit road. He'll definitely go at least a lap down. You see the blue flag is out, so he can pit now because he has a blue sticker on the windshield of his Ford number 9. Let's go to the pits and Dave Despain.
Well, that's a remarkable bit of good fortune for Bill Elliott in the midst of some bad fortune. The bad fortune, of course, is the flat tire, and the good news is he is able to change it here coincidentally by being on the correct lap for his team to pit. He's able to pit and change the 4 tires without penalty. Now, they will go all the way around. They will change the tire that was flat, but while they're at it, they'll come on around. They will fuel the car and make a 4-tire pit stop. So, for the Elliott team, wearing black armbands here today in commemoration of Mike Rich, their fallen team member killed in Atlanta last year. They make the first green flag pit stop of this 1991 season. They make it under the new rules, and they make it as beneficiary of those new rules. And Elliott is out, and it was a lengthy stop.
39 seconds, Dave.
Well, I have to take issue with Dave Despain now. I don't think that was very beneficial for him at all, for Bill Elliott.
There's trouble on a car that was running up front. The fire is coming out of the Jimmy Spencer car. He was a lap down, but Jimmy Spencer's car. And here's Jeff Purvis spinning around in car number 51.
And Jimmy Means is in the wall. Phil Barkdahl is crashing. 5 cars in trouble out of turn number 4.
Spencer is out of his car. You can see him. He jumped out on the grass.
Coughing badly there. I guess the fumes from whatever it is that's burning on that car. If there's any plastic going, that won't be good for him.
A lot of smoke pouring out of car number 98.
He probably breathed in some of the smoke because the inside of the car is completely filled with smoke. They'll get him now and get some oxygen in him very quickly.
Jimmy Spencer, who was involved in a couple of incidents yesterday in the 300-miler.
And, of course, Bill Elliott now does get his lap back.
Well,
or will he?
He was about to go 2 laps down, and he got back out. I think if they had stayed up to full speed, they would have lapped him twice, but he stayed out in front of him as a result of the caution coming out.
See, I have to take issue with Dave on that he was a beneficiary because he just happened to be able to come in on that blue lap, because he basically lost a lap by dragging around to make sure that he waited for the blue lap. He lost a lap.
Now, will others come in? They have run 31 laps. Will they come in for fuel? They can only go another 18 or 19 or perhaps 20 laps from here on. Here's the Sammy Swindell car, number 20. He's had a tough day here today.
Second altercation for Sammy Swindell. Jimmy Spencer, Berwick, Pennsylvania, in his Chevrolet, prepared by Travis Carter, comes away from one. Under caution, this lap 31. Lap 31 is where we are at, and we are already into our third caution of the day. How come? Cool weather? What's happening here?
Did in fact Spencer's engine blow, Ned, and leave oil down there, which caused the ensuing mayhem?
Yeah, I think that's what happened, David, and that's why it caught fire.
Let's take a look-see.
He was running in that front pack of cars, although he was a lap down. See if we can see what did happen. And here's Jimmy Means.
This is
apparently, yes, he must have hit some oil and spun around.
Yeah, they were getting a report now that the engine did go away. And there's the Neil Bonnet car, the number 51. It's being driven by Jeff Purvis from Tennessee.
I guess that you can't see very well out of this booth, but there's probably a fine patina of oil on that track.
Here's Dave Despain.
With Jimmy Spencer, who has a bigger smile on his face than we might expect. What happened?
I don't know. I'll tell you, David, car caught on fire inside. I'm just glad that everybody could see behind me and we didn't get in a major pile up there. I feel all right now. I just got a lot of smoke in me, and that's the only thing I could do. I couldn't breathe. I had to stop as quick as I could, and I'm all right.
Where did you lose vision? Where did the car fill up with smoke?
Coming down through Calamity Corner, right off of turn 2 and top of turn 4.
Thank you, Jimmy. Quickly, let's go to Mike Joy.
Kirk Shelmerdine got seagull duty here. They've taped it up, a piece of screen, and Earnhardt is away, not wanting to give up too much track position. He started moving before all that tape was in place, saw Davey Allison coming in his rearview mirror, and now Earnhardt is back on the speedway.
Everybody rushing onto pit road here, working on these cars, putting in a bit of fuel.
Six overshot his pit. Now, what does that do, Ned?
Sends him around.
Pushing him back.
Supposed to be a 15-second penalty if he overshoots his pits.
Can he fuel here?
Here is Ted Musgrave in car number 55.
You take the 15-second penalty, but you can be pushed back?
Yes.
Here's Michael Waltrip, Dave Despain.
32 laps are complete.
Yes, we're with Mike Waltrip. Mike Waltrip, you were not involved in that altercation, but you're behind the wall, hood up. What happened?
Well, the car had been getting hot ever since the start of the race, and probably overheated or something happened inside of the engine. I'm not exactly sure what. It's a shame. It's the first Daytona 500 for Pennzoil. We're not doing a very good job setting here, but we're going to try to fix the thing and get back out there.
Your analysis of what's happening up front, is there anybody here who can beat Dale Earnhardt this week?
Well, there's a lot of people that are going to be able to keep up with him. Whether they can beat him or not will be a different story. The draft just isn't as fast up front as you would think it would be. We were messing with a bunch of cars that were taking some chances, and I was really taking it easy and hanging with the lead draft. So it's going to be a heck of a race, I promise you that.
The analysis of a man who's trying to get back into that race, Mike Waltrip, out. They fear blown engine.
A man who was on the move has now moved back behind the wall on pit road. Mark Martin's number 6. See the tool chest coming out, so they're going to go to work on him and try to get him back in this thing. Here's Mike Joy with him.
Where is Mark?
Mark Martin is behind the pit wall, and he is staring straight at victory lane 50 feet away. It'll be a tough job to get there. They have a new pumpkin to put in the car. That's the center section of the rear end. Martin has either torn up the rear end or he has broken an axle.
Boy, that's a tough break for him, and you can see he just sits there, stares. That's all he can do while his crew works on the car, knowing that it's going to put him off to a slow start and trying to win his first Winston Cup championship. He came awfully close in 1990.
So dedicated, so intent. Arkansas's Mark Martin nearly won the crown, and then in those last races of the year, back came the intimidator Earnhardt to win his fourth Winston Cup title in that 29-race series.
And I would guess that maybe the ratchet has broken in that car. It's unusual that a rear gearing would go out on the car.
Perhaps we can get a word with Mark Martin. Mark, this is Ken Squire at CBS. Mark, do you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
When did it break? What was the telling sign?
The gear broke, the rear end gear, the differential. I don't know if it's the case or what, but when we got ready to take off, it just it broke, exploded.
And you were running so well, Mark.
I was what?
You were running so well.
Oh, yeah, the Folgers Thunderbird was working good. We were...
Okay. They continue to work on the car, and we'll be back with more from Daytona in just a moment. We'll be back with more of CBS Sports live coverage of the Daytona 500 after this message and a word from your local station.
They say that it's over. They say that you're through. But they just don't know you the way that I do. So bring back the best.
Power Stick Antiperspirant. It excels with 50% more odor and wetness fighters per stroke for 24-hour control that ordinary deodorant sticks just can't beat. Power Stick, the power that puts you in control.
A Motorcraft spark plug has to fire 500 times a minute. Over its life, that's a spark 5 miles long. Shouldn't you install that peace of mind? Motorcraft quality parts from Ford.
This is CBS.
Right now at Fairway Ford in Greenville, you can save thousands during our February inventory meltdown sale. With factory option package discounts and huge Fairway discounts, you'll save like never before. A new 91 Taurus L 4-door, equipped with V6 automatic, air conditioning, AM/FM stereo cassette, power locks, tilt, speed control, airbag, and more is just $12,891. That's right, just $12,891. Pick out a new Ford today and save thousands. Fairway Ford on the Motor Mile in Greenville.
Hardee's 99-cent breakfast, huh? Ooh, made from scratch biscuit with sausage. That's the one I want. Sold. Wait a sec. The biscuits and gravy. Okay, then biscuits and gravy it is. Hold it. A bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit. I didn't see that. Or hot cinnamon raisin biscuits. Ooh, that sausage 99. Wait, go back.
Can I help you?
With all this at 99 cents, the only easy choice is where to go.
Sausage with cinnamon raisin biscuit.
99-cent breakfast every day. Only Hardee's.
Join Amy Marsh for Eyewitness News tonight at 6 and 11.
The Daytona 500 is sponsored by Budweiser with that clean, crisp, cold taste. Nothing beats a Bud. Haviland Motor Oil. Mellow Yellow. There's nothing mellow about it. And by Ford and your Ford dealer, where Leadership Month means a great time to buy.
Back with you at Daytona. We've just gone back under green, and as they came to the line, Dave Marcus, who had come from dead last to 7th, spun on the start. He landed down on the apron of the track. No green has come out. He's running on the bottom of the speedway in turn 1 as the field is coming around.
I missed what happened to him. He obviously got nudged by somebody there. And as you were just saying, come right from dead last to 5th.
All those pit stops, staying out, gave him that opportunity to pull up through. We are in a green flag condition. Driving down into the first turn, Kyle Petty now has the lead. That massive pit stop period. There comes Sterling Marlin. His new colors, new number 22. Sterling Marlin closing up. Let's take a look at that race in the pits. Earnhardt was first going in. Now he's 9th. Kyle just swapping a spot. And here comes Sterling Marlin on a charge.
Now, those cars didn't pit during this caution, so that's the reason Earnhardt came. He made a good pit stop, but he came out behind the cars that did not pit.
Kyle Petty in the 42, yet to score a top 10 finish. Buddy Baker, car number 88. And we got a spinner coming out of fourth. Barkdahl out of control, looping down into the grass. Let's hope he doesn't get back up on the racetrack. Getting through his Gant. Strickland, Schrader, and the rest of the field gets on the binders.
Robbie Gordon scrapes down the wall there. Ooh, that could have been a nasty moment. Barkdahl's screen blew out, or half his screen blew out.
He looked like he was headed onto his roof. You could see the car lift a couple of feet.
And one thing that perhaps helped to keep him from getting on his roof, maybe we can see those little strips on top of the roof. You see those little rises right on each side of the car on the top of it? Those were put on there to help to press the car down if it gets into a spin.
Yeah, these cars before with that big ride height, big ground clearance, once they turn sideways, they turn into a wing. And we saw some pretty disastrous things a few years back.
Well, here he is, the yellow car on the inside. He drifts up into another car on the outside, loses control. You can see the windshield fly out, and look how the car gets off the ground, the right side of it. Then it lands back, gets on the grass. Fortunately, it stays on the grass for a good period of time. The windshield's still flopping, or a portion of it at least, and he stays on the low side of the racetrack, and everybody else gets by.
Another look. Phil Barkdahl, 53 years old, out of Arizona.
Sliding wide there.
Tapping another car.
That was the car of Mickey Gibbs that he brushed with coming off the turn.
It gets right up in the air there, but just not enough speed to lift it right off the ground.
Remember 4 years ago, the 125-mile qualifiers, Barkdahl upside down in the tri-oval, into the wall backwards at 190 miles per hour. That's where you had your heart in your throat as you saw Harry Gant coming along and no place to go. Under caution, once again, here at Daytona in the 500. Back with more of the action of the Great American Race on CBS in a moment.
Fact. Right now, your Ford dealer can offer you dealer incentives and option packages that can save you thousands. Fact. Savings on the best-built, best-selling American cars and trucks. Call it leadership. Call it winning. Call it anything you want. The simple fact is, Ford is #1. Get all the facts and all the savings during Leadership Month at your Ford dealer now.
I feel good. Time to go, boys. You've been in there long enough. Hey, we're not even tired. I feel good. So I've checked the mileage, Andy. Hey, we're the order line. We're guaranteed. Guaranteed? Feel good. Yeah, 2 years no matter how far we go. But no spark plug guarantees that. We do. Yeah, we're the auto line. So go pull the plug on somebody else.
The driver of this car adds something special to his motor oil. So does the driver of this car. They both use STP oil treatment for drivers on a racetrack or drivers on a fast track. STP.
The Danorex side really feels like it's doing a lot more than the Head & Shoulders side. It feels real cool and tingly over here.
Both have a dandruff ingredient, but Danorex adds an extra anti-itch medicine you can feel working.
The tingle told me that Danorex was doing more for my hair.
Born of the finest natural ingredients, then brewed and aged with extra care for that clean, crisp, cold taste. The taste only Budweiser can deliver. The king of beers.
Relive the great years of the Great American Race in this new CBS Sports home video. To order by credit card, call 1-800-999-VIDEO. Daytona, drama, danger, dedication. Includes this year's 500, and it's only $19.98 plus $3 shipping and handling. Under caution for the fourth time today. Standings after 38 of 200 laps in the 500 go like this. Sterling Marlin out of Tennessee, driving for Junior Johnson, is in the lead. second, Kyle Petty. Maintaining the third position is Ernie Urban, and we understand there may be some problems on the 4 car now. In the 4th position is Rick Mast with his Jackson Brothers mount. And then in the 5th position, Morgan Shepherd for Bud Moore. Here's Dave Despain.
Wrong place, wrong time for Kenny Schrader. When Barkdahl spun, the windshield popped out of the car and popped right into the front of the 25 car. The damage that you see across the front end is from the impact of the windshield, and Kenny Schrader is going to be a while getting that fixed. They have punctured the radiator. Let's go to Mike Joy.
Here's the center section from Mark Martin's rear end. This input shaft is supposed to be attached to a yoke, which attaches it to the drive shaft, and the shaft sheared clean off. They have a new center section in, and Mark Martin's back on the track. The side of the brake is good news. If it had broken internally, there'd likely be trash or chips circulating around in the rear end fluid and cooler, which could cause another failure. This problem should never have happened in the first place and probably will not recur.
Mike, as many years as I've been around auto racing, it's been more than 30, I have never seen that happen. I've seen other things in the rear gearing go wrong, but I've never seen that happen.
The amount of races that I have lost because of things everybody says, well, I've never seen that happen before. Yeah. So I know exactly how he feels.
New windshield.
He probably only lost a couple of laps. I wasn't counting.
73 car. Barkdahl back out once again. Martin was in the pits 11 minutes, 57 seconds, and he comes back 7 laps down. Mark Martin with aspirations. Show them all with his Ford in this 500. Finds himself 7 laps back, and here comes Michael Waltrip back out. Remember, we saw him come in with overheating problems a little earlier.
So a lot of good cars having problems in the early going here. As Waltrip gets back out in his Pontiac, we're about ready to go green flag racing again, and we see Bill Elliott down on the inside. He is 1 lap down. And you know, a lot of Mark Martin's time in the pits was spent during caution laps. He would have been more down than what he is.
Kyle Petty's car.
Some paper underneath the air dam on the front as Bill Elliott tries to beat him down into turn 1 to get back in the lead lap.
Rick Mast right behind Kyle Petty there. They go into turn 1. Very eventful race.
Now, we had said a moment ago that Sterling Marlin was leading when we came back. Marlin since made a pit stop, so he's back in the pack. Kyle Petty the leader, Rick Mast second.
Rick Mast, a heck of a racer. Saw him win up at Loudon, New Hampshire, at that new mile track there, New Hampshire International Race. And there is Schrader's car still being repaired. Meanwhile, in the back straightaway, Elliott trying to make up a lap here in number 9. And Morgan Shepherd, who had trouble in the 125s, had an engine expire. He's up in 3rd. Remember, he won at Atlanta in the red and white number 15 car. The end of the year.
Of those 3 front cars, we see Davey Allison and Dale Earnhardt coming into the picture now. But Kyle Petty and Rick Mast have not made pit stops. Morgan Shepherd has made a pit stop earlier when we saw some of those running near the back. 3 abreast going into turn 1.
Bottom of the racetrack. Earnhardt on the move. Gets down, and Davey Allison comes with him.
And of course, this demonstrates just how important it is to have the right car, the right time, the right place. Awesome Bill from Dawsonville, just a few years back, absolutely unbeatable on these super speedways. Has not shone well at all. This whole 2 weeks down here are not looking very good today either.
Here's Earnhardt going back in front. Davey Allison comes down to the bottom with him. Kyle Petty, who has yet to score a top 10 finish in the Daytona 500. A couple of years back, he did some relief driving for Beerswell and ran 10th, but on his own, he's still looking for a first top 10 position, and he's fighting Allison down through the tri-oval across the start-finish line, wheel to wheel. Ford on the inside, Pontiac on the outside.
And while we're watching this battle, Ernie Irvin, one of the strongest cars in the field, was black flag for a stop-and-go penalty. Apparently, he jumped out of line on the restart, so he's way back. He's still in the lead lap, but he's about 2/3 of a lap behind the leaders.
And they were saying that car was having some handling problems a few moments ago, the car number 4 of Ernie Irvin.
Now, Ernie Irvin, of course, is stuck absolutely on his own, way, way, way out of any chance of a draft, and these guys are probably going to eat that half lap up. Black flag being flown for somebody. Oh, Mike Waltrip going too slowly down the inside of the track.
Coming out of turn number 4.
You'll see Michael Waltrip just a moment as the leaders go by him as they go into turn 1.
44 laps complete. Earnhardt first, Allison second, Petty third, Mast fourth, Shepherd fifth, Rutland sixth, Gant seventh, Labonte in 8th, Hut Strickland 9th, Ricky Rudd in 10th, Dale Jarrett 11th.
Alan Kowicki is 12th and Jeff Ledine 13th. Let's go to the pits and Dave Despain.
It was almost exactly this moment a year ago when Kenny Schrader pulled this car onto pit road with a blown motor. He'd come from the back of the field to second. Kenny, what happened out there?
Well, you know, we were going on up through there, just kind of picking our way and taking our time this year, and one of those cars spun and the windshield went flying through the air, and it landed right in front of us, and I run over it.
What have they said about the damage? We hear the radiator is punctured. Are they going to try to get you back out there?
Well, we're going to go back out, but it'll just be take a ride.
Let's go to Chris Economaki. The day is going to be abbreviated for Kenny Schrader.
Okay, I'm here with Sammy Swindell, who has a big following among sprint car fans throughout these United States. Sammy, you had a double whammy today. What happened the first time, and then what put you out?
Well, the first time we just, Robbie Gordon got around me on the outside, and we just got together just a little bit off of turn 2, just enough that it got me sideways, and I was just trying to stay out of everybody's way and get the car back around.
What about the last time?
Well, I don't know exactly what happened in front of us. Seen some smoke and stuff, and Jimmy Means got the wave, and he got on the brakes. I was a little bit late and was too close to him, and we got together just a little bit, and then Ted Musgrave got in the back of me, and just right in the middle of everything.
Sammy, can you compare stock car racing to sprint car racing now? Which is tougher?
Well, I don't know. This is probably the most fun I've had racing in a while. I wish I could get back out there and run some more. I was having a blast.
Oh, thanks very much, Sammy Swindell, and back to you, Ken.
Thank you very much, Chris. 8 cars running in the lead draft. And right now, that engine pulling the train is Earnhardt, and Davey Allison stays second. They ran in separate 125 milers, so this is the first meeting between the pair. The Chevys in front, Fords in second, and they're averaging 192 miles an hour in the last lap.
That's a pretty quick pace since we're more than 100 miles into the race.
If you're just joining us, we've had 4 caution periods, 18 laps under yellow, so no chance of a record in this one. Richard Petty's car giving us these pictures from the STP in-car camera in Richard Petty's number 43.
And this gives you an idea of the steepness of that banking and just how much effort he's putting into the car. Disappointed to see that Richard's not wearing those fireproof gloves.
14th position. Here he is pulling up on Dale Jarrett in the number 21.
Dale having a good run today in the Wood Brothers car, hanging up there with the lead draft, and Richard right behind him.
Into that bumpy turn 3 at about 197, 198 miles an hour probably. Lose a little bit of speed through the corner here, just through scrub. And of course, part of the key is to set the car up with as little scrub as possible, which is obviously where Dale Earnhardt succeeds so well. Across the stripe alongside another car there.
Now you see Richard drafted with Dale Jarrett around Ricky Rudd. Rudd was down on the inside, so Richard just went with Jarrett, and it was a good move for him.
Richard running low. You remember the Richard Petty of old always used to run right around the outside, but with the restrictor plate, they feel that the lower the line they can run, the better. There you see Rusty. Is that the Rusty Wallace car?
No, that's Terry Labonte.
Terry Labonte's
car number 94, and another car. They just sort of split that one. A car that was slowed down.
That's that 55 car that's lost half its bodywork. I'm surprised they don't black flag him, quite honestly. Dale and now then, Ned Dale and Richard Petty here. Got a nice little duo going. Can they pull up on that lead pack, do you think, together if they just stay in line like this?
Well, I don't know. They've lost the lead draft when they were running side by side with Ricky Rudd and the car number 94 of Terry Labonte. So you can see a good bit of space up in front of Dale Jarrett there. It'll be interesting to see. I think if Richard stays right on his bumper, they might be able to do that. Might be able to draft up to them.
That'll help them both a lot, of course, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would. And the 2 cars behind them now are running side by side. That should let them pull away from them. Richard Petty, an absolute master at drafting. In fact, he's the guy that was given credit for mastering the draft in the early going when this Daytona International Speedway was built.
Dale Jarrett's in 11th. Richard Petty is in 12th as they move through the field. Chewing on that towel, Richard, as he has for all the years he's been here. This is his 31st 500.
Wearing his new full-face Bell helmet there, which I'm glad to see. I wish more of these drivers wore the full-face helmets, because in the unfortunate event of an impact, it does protect the bottom half of your face. In fact, it protects all of your face.
David, notice, Richard, how he is sitting up close to the steering wheel with his elbows bent. Now, when I drove race cars, I wanted to be away from the steering wheel, and I stretched out to drive, and I think this is better. In fact, most drivers do it this way now. They say that it gives them a little bit more muscle in turning the wheel, and then in case of an impact, you probably are in much better shape as to not Kyle Petty coming into the pits, but if you hit something, you're in better shape to not do damage to your arms with this style.
It definitely gives you more leverage, there's no doubt about it. Mike Joy's down the pits.
Kyle Petty comes in for the first scheduled green flag pit stop of the day. Glenn Sherrill has the jack under the right side of the car as Lanny Barnes changes tires. Jim Sutton on the right rear. The tires that Jim Long has brought over. Richard Bostic, veteran gas man, has the second can already in. Jerry Wendell, the catch can man. They are just about done, finishing up a little bit with the gas. Little miscue here. Now Kyle is down. Dalton. And he's away. Kyle Petty was running fourth and now rejoins the race almost a lap down. More from Daytona International Speedway and the Daytona 500 right after these messages.
For the first time, every game is here. Tournament time is March Madness on CBS.
This is a brand new car. Put in a leading motor oil. This is an identical new car. Put in Mobil 1 and drive. Under extreme conditions, temperatures in your engine can reach 570 degrees. Of course, Mobil 1 costs more, but then look at what can happen to conventional oil. Mobil 1, isn't your car worth the extra protection? The all-time Indy 500 winner just changed his oil. Mobil 1 welcomes Roger Penske to the team.
Mellow Yellow comes in 12 ounces, 16 ounces, 2 liters, and now 5.9 liters, 650 horsepower.
Looks like we're running on the right fuel.
Kyle Petty and the Mellow Yellow Racing Team. There's nothing mellow about it.
Only one antiperspirant in the world helps keep you so dry with the cool, clean scent of Old Spice. Only one deodorant in the world has so many odor-fighting ingredients with the cool, clean scent of Old Spice. There's only one Old Spice.
One use of STP Fuel Injector Cleaner helps remove clogging deposits. And that should be of passing interest to a lot of drivers. STP Fuel Injector Cleaner.
Wednesday on CBS. Which of your favorite country stars will walk away with the Grammys? Join Randy Travis, the Judds, and more when Gary Shandling hosts the Grammys.
Let's take a look at the leaderboard after 48 laps. Earnhardt was then leading, Allison second, Mast third, Kyle Petty in fourth, Morgan Shepherd was fifth. Further back in the field, Joe Ruttman sustaining sixth, Harry Gant seventh, and Alan Kowicki have rolled up from 17th into 8th, where he is now. Hut Strickland in 9th and Terry Labonte in 10th. Further back in the field, it was Dale Jarrett 11th, Ricky Rudd, Richard Petty, Jeff Bodine, and Bobby Hillen rounding out the top 15. 4 caution periods thus far in the race for a total of 17 laps under yellow. Here are the leaders. Earnhardt coming to the line. We are now working the 55th lap.
Earnhardt pulling away just a little bit too.
Here's Kyle Petty, fellas. He made a green flag pit stop, and as Mike Joy said, a little miscue in the pits, and it cost him some extra time. He went a lap down, but he came back out, passed his dad and Dale Jarrett, and pulled away from them, and is now gaining on the front runners. He hopes this thing stays green for a long period of time because he is the fastest car on the racetrack. He put 2 new tires on, and evidently the new tires are a good bit quicker than the tires after they get heated up.
I mean, he's pulling out a cool half a second a lap on everybody else, which in this type of racing is a huge gap.
Making a remarkable difference, those tires, on car number 42. Rick Mast has come in. Remember, we reported in that 48-lap rundown he was up there. He has now made a green flag stop and come back on again.
Kyle Petty about to get into the draft of Alan Kulwicki in the number 7, the Army car there. And then if he can leapfrog past Alan Kulwicki, he's going to be right in the thick of that lead group. Needs to get to the front of that group, and then he wants a caution flag, and he'll get his lap back.
Kulwicki finds himself now in 7th position. He's picked up 10 spots over the last few laps. He's been very quiet in the 1991 Speed Weeks, but he's sure making himself heard now with the colors of the U.S. Army. There you see the 55 car, which was in that altercation, Ted Musgrave. His car badly beaten up, the ASA driver out of Franklin, Wisconsin, staying at it, but badly rumpled in the snout, number 55. Getting a lap back from car number 7 comes Kyle Petty in the Felix Savetta's 42. We'll hear more from him.
In today's higher revving and hotter running engines, wear is a greater problem than ever before. Oil breakdown can shorten the life of vital engine parts. That's why there's Castrol. Castrol provides maximum protection against viscosity and thermal breakdown. So use Castrol, because driving today can be a grind. Castrol, engineered for today's smaller cars.
You know, it's not easy to resist the temptation to try drugs, to shun peer pressure, to turn your back on friends when they ask you to have a joint, smoke some crack, or indulge in alcohol. What do you say? What do you do? We turn to the experts.
You're like, no, they're like, oh, okay. Then there's other people, they'll like, you want drugs? And it's like, no, and they're like, come on, it's good. And they're like, well, I don't want it because I don't do drugs. And I'm like, dude, just try it one time. It's like, I said no. One time can kill. What part of no don't you understand?
There are situations that there are like a lot of people. And in that case, everyone's just like, well, you're just scared. And you have to be strong, and you have to tell them, no, I'm just not going to mess up my life.
It's not cool to do drugs anymore. It's 15 seconds in heaven and a lifetime in hell. And that's what it does for you, because it kills you.
If someone comes up to you and asks you to take drugs, and you say yes, you're respecting that person. But if someone comes up to you and asks you to take drugs, and you say no, you're respecting yourself. And that's the way to say no to drugs.
But if a person...
Sometimes students make the best teachers, especially when there are no easy answers. We're in a must-win situation, and we're all in it together.
After 58 of 200 laps, Dale Earnhardt, seeking his first Daytona 500 win, is out in front in our live CBS coverage. Davey Allison is in second, Joe Ruttman third, Morgan Shepherd fourth, Hut Strickland fifth. But the bigger story is Kyle Petty's number 42, which has just moved around Hut Strickland and is the quickest car on the track. And I would ask my mates up here in the booth, David Hobbs and Ned Jarrett, think that those tires will stand up long enough to carry him by those leaders as we watch car number 25 in again, running several laps down. Ken Schrader with the nose of that car torn up.
Well, they did a lot of work on the right front of that car. And to answer your question about Kyle Petty, yeah, I think those tires will help him to move. He's moving around Davey Allison now, so I think that he'll be able to pass Earnhardt. Then if a caution comes out, he's right back in the thick of this thing.
Around Allison for third, closing on second place, Joe Ruttman in the number 75. Davey Allison's look at Kyle Petty as he brings the Felix Savetta's car up through the field.
And what a run that Joe Ruttman in second spot there is having today. I mean, up from 14th, as we heard, waiting on tables last year, running right behind Dale Earnhardt down the back straight now. How long's Kyle Petty's tire advantage going to last? That's the thing. Of course, these other guys now have done a lot of mileage on their tires.
I think maybe they're good for 20 laps or so to have somewhat of an advantage, although he has already used up a good portion of that now, but he has caught the fastest cars. Will that advantage carry him past them? Here's Here's Dave Marcus coming into the pits. Well, he did not come into the pits. He just went down on the inside of the racetrack and riding the Coast Guard Chevrolet on around.
63 laps complete. Jeff Bodine giving us these pictures from car number 11.
Junior Johnson Ford.
Jeff is sort of out running by himself. He's passing the car number 23 of Eddie Beerswell, but Jeff had lost the draft of the front-running cars, so he's just sort of drafting anything he can come up on.
And is running outside the top 20 at this time. Unusual place for the 86 winner of this event.
Going past Dave Marcus on the inside, going very slowly down the inside.
There you see him down into turn number 3. Watch him as he comes out of there and rides right up to the wall. And now here comes Kyle Petty. As they battle up in front, we're watching Joe Ruttman go for the lead.
Yeah, Kyle Petty helped him take the lead. He got right on his back bumper, and
Kyle Petty pushed Joe Ruttman into the lead. Now all he's going to do is follow him through himself.
Yeah.
And then hope for a caution.
Well, Joe Ruttman might have been a waiter a year ago, but clearing the table out there right now is Joe Ruttman. He hasn't led a Daytona 500 since 1983. He had 57 laps to his credit back then and came home in 4th position. Comes Kyle in the 42.
And you see how the new tires there are doing it to him. Staying so low that they come into the tri-oval. Dale Earnhardt, of course, not giving up without a struggle.
Earnhardt right behind the leader, Joe Ruttman, and down on the inside. A little pinch here.
So Kyle would have got boxed in there just slightly.
Kyle had that incredible victory at Rockingham where he dominated last year. Next 2 races on the Winston Cup Tour. Off to Richmond, Virginia next week. Then on to Rockingham following week. 29 races this year. Over $20 million up for grabs. Chris Economaki?
Well, we've been looking at these inter-service cars. The service machines aren't having the best day. Buddy Baker in the U.S. Marine Pontiac number 88 is out of it with mechanical trouble. Greg Sachs in the U.S. Navy Chevy is out in a crash. Mickey Gibbs in the U.S. Air Force Pontiac is out there running but way down. And Dave Marcus is limping around in the Coast Guard Chevrolet. The best of the service cars is that of Alan Kowicki, who's running in the top 10. He's got his rooters rodeo racing.
Number 3 car, Dale Earnhardt, seems to be fading just a little bit here, Ned. The 12 car went by him. Davey Allison went by him.
Yeah, I expect those tires are getting pretty heated up now. We've completed 66 laps.
But if there's anyone that can drive on worn tires, it's Earnhardt.
That's true. Yeah, he can manhandle a car, no question about it. It'll be interesting to see when he decides to come into the pits. Now, Kyle Petty has passed Joe Ruttman and is back in the lead lap.
At this point, Kyle Petty looking for a caution. Give him something to make up that distance from the leader, Joe Ruttman.
Earnhardt definitely going higher and higher up on the banking here. Normally, he's been running right around the bottom, and he goes high enough there to get out of that draft of those cars in front, although as he gets onto the back straight, he soon slips back into it.
They say that car is pushing out there. That's the report from down on pit road.
Well, that means that it would ride high in the turns. That means that the back end is sticking too tight when he goes into the turns. The front wheels just won't cut the way that he wants them to, and so it rides high in the turns.
Right front fender going just like an arrow toward that outside. Whoa! Trouble for just one car spinning directly in front of Earnhardt. It's Strickland. Strickland once, twice, 3 times around. Starting to come back up on the track. He's trying to hold it down. Kowicki gets through. As does Sterling Marlin and the rest of the field.
And he's lost his windshield as well. Boy, did he get nudged there by Dale, or did he just lose all the air when Dale ran right behind him?
I don't know.
He lost the air. Let's take a look and see in a moment. What happened to the Bobby Allison car number 12?
He did suddenly seem to back out of it right in front of Dale, didn't he? I mean, it looked fairly normal from inside Earnhardt's car.
And a break here for Kyle Petty. He had just passed the leader, got back in the lead lap. So now he is back in the thick of it, and he has fresher tires than do those other drivers.
And David Hobsnet, Jared, this is where we'll see that odd, even tire change for the first time.
Petty, of course, got his lap back, so he's on the back end of the lead lap, or he's right in the thick of it again. The pits are now closed, so no one can do any tire changing.
Again, here's what happened.
I think he might have got tapped a little bit. I think Huck ran up on Davey Allison and had to back off, and Earnhardt just shot it there and maybe tapped him just a little bit.
Yeah.
And around he went.
And this is the point. You see the car there getting very, very light across the grass. And at this stage, he slips up. He's about to go up and flicks it down, which is extremely fortunate for Alan Kulwicki.
Hutch Strickland in the middle of a 7,000-plus pound sandwich out there.
And of course, Hutch Strickland now cannot stop and change his tires.
Replay from inside the car.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Hutch Strickland came out of the gas just a little bit, and Dale didn't. Only just nudged him. There you see the rear view mirror.
Have another replay we can look at as well. I think Ned had it right on.
Yeah. Caught up with
28.
David.
Came out, he caught him up. And Earnhardt just taps the back end of number 12.
Of course, what happens when they spin, the air goes into the car on the rotation and pressurizes the inside of the car. And of course, one of the things that happens is it pops the windscreen out from the inside.
Which is a whole lot better than building up some more wind in there and lifting
the car off the
like
road,
they used to on the back straightaway. Well, there you see Hutch Strickland's team waiting for that car to come around.
Now the pit should be open this time around.
Jib Fennick crew waiting for Hutch Strickland in car number 12. And they have a windshield ready for him. Tires now the issue, certainly for Earnhardt in the number 3. This pit stop, this odd and even change. Remember, when they first come in, they cannot change tires. They have to change them in a green flag condition. Here come the cars down on pit road. Pace car brings them in at about 60 miles an hour. Now, they can't replace windshields. They can work on damage on the cars, change the weight, other things like that. But you can't send the crew out, only 5 men over the wall, to work on the right side to change tires.
And if they do change tires, there's a 1 lap penalty. So I think we'll see most of them come in shortly after the green flag is displayed again, although they can still go another 20 or so laps before, maybe 10 laps on those that came in, Earnhardt and all of them that pitted a little while ago. Here's Kyle Petty in. He's just going to top off the fuel tank. He was at the back anyway, so nothing lost there.
Mike Joy?
Dale Earnhardt is one of those cars that will almost certainly be in when we come back to green. Let's assume these are 3 of the 4 tires on his car headed in that direction. They'll set these cars up to have a little bit of push at the start of the race, and that'll abrade the right front tire more so than the other 3. With the old bias ply tires, the car would eventually get neutral and then get loose and wear the rear tires. It doesn't happen with the radial. So if you start with a little push, you end up with a lot of push as the tires wear. And Dale says the right front tire is now just about wore out. Now, it's not wore down to the canvas, but it is worn and overheated to the point where he's not getting the traction out of that right front tire, and as a result, he's as much as 1.3 seconds slower than his fastest laps of the race.
Watching that windshield being put in on car number 12, Hutch Strickland, getting an idea about those tires and the wear on these radials as we...
Well, those radials start off, you know, with about 4/4 of a 30-second tread depth. And over about 125 miles, you'd expect to lose half of it.
Now, they're going to send that car around and come back in, I would presume, to get the rest of that done.
Trying to stay in the lead lap. They didn't get those straps fastened. I don't think that hurts anything, so they'll come back in the next time. Let's go down to the pits and Dave Spain.
We're with the co-owner of the leading car, Bob Rahilly. Question of strategy. Now, when that green flag comes out, you have the choice of bringing him in. Will you bring him in?
Well, right now we're debating on what to do, but I don't want to play my hand out to all the competitors, but right now I think we're on a winning horse, so you take it from there.
Another quick question with 1 to go. You got to be happy with this guy you dragged out of retirement and put in your race car.
We're real happy with it right now. Of course, Dinner Bells give us good backing this year, and I'm looking forward to a real good year with Joe. He's doing a heck of a job.
He's got Joe in his other ear. They're getting ready to go back to green. That's Bob Rahilly from the leader's pit.
Ned, we're getting that report. You saw car number 12 out there with a right front tire going down. flat spotted him enough, so finally one wore through.
Yeah, that's a bad break for Hut Strickland. He has to come back in to finish that windshield off, and the signal's just been given for one more lap, but now he has more problems. And while Dave Despain was talking to Bob Rahilly, Morgan Shepherd pulled his car, number 15, behind the wall into the garage area.
Man who won that last race of the year at Atlanta last year in November, when Dale Earnhardt sewed up the championship.
Well, this is going to be a very, very bad break for the number 12 car of Hut Strickland. Not only they changed the windshield, which they managed to do under the caution without losing a lap, but now he's doomed to lose probably at least 2, because you'll lose a lap going around slowly with the blown tire, and then he'll have to lose another one, either as a penalty or just keep staying out there, losing more and more time.
Well, this Wheel of Fortune is taking most of the chips away from Hut Strickland now with this pit procedure. He's caught, and he'll have to come in and change a right front tire. We saw him spin 3 times. He was hoping to make that windshield change, get back out, and be able to stay in the lead lap.
Okay, the caution is waving again, Ken. They were given the signal the last time around to be one more lap. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe some debris didn't come off of Hut Strickland's car as he came around. We don't know for sure if that's the problem, but with it being down on the metal or the frame of the car, he very well could have lost some debris.
71 laps are complete, and as they come to the stripe, Joe Ruttman is first, Davey Allison second, Earnhardt third, Harry Gant fourth. Alan Kowicki is 5th on the field. In the 6th position is Sterling Marlin. In 7th, Bobby Hillen Jr. showing up for the first time. Then in 8th is Darrell Waltrip, followed by Derek Cope, last year's winner, showing up here in the top 10. Here's Dave Despain.
4 tire change has been completed on Hut Strickland's car. They are still working on the windshield. Now, they will probably incur the 1-lap penalty right here. The rule says that if you make your tire change and it costs you a lap anyway, in other words, if you're in the pits long enough that the penalty would be self-inflicted, that doesn't make any difference. They're still going to stop you for another full lap after the work has been completed. This is the windshield that will go in replacement of the broken windshield for Hut Strickland. Actually, I believe that is going to be the second windshield. They're going to re-change that windshield, but they will not be able to do that. We'll double check and see if they're going to go to that work right now, because they're stuck here for another lap, and it would seem logical that they would go ahead and make that change. I think they may have decided that they're satisfied with what they have done here, and they're going to go with what they got, but they can't do that for another full lap. Jimmy Finning is the crew chief, and let's see if we can get Jimmy over here. He's going to be tied up for a minute. We'll get back to this, guys. Let's go to Chris Economaki.
Well, Harry Gant, they were worried in his pit this morning about the car. When they're taking the car off the transporter, they had taken it away. The left front fender was damaged coming off the truck. It scuffed the decals off of it, and they had a little bit of straightening, and they felt that all the time they spent in the wind tunnel with that car, this would have upset him, but it doesn't seem to. He's up there in 4th place in that green number 33.
There's a lot of them, Chris, that the wind tunnel testing won't amount to too much on. They've been battered and bruised with thus far 5 caution periods in this event. Several cars. We just saw Rick Wilson's car come out all taped up. Left front panel completely gone.
He's 52 laps down, Ken, so Rick Wilson just out there now trying to ride out some laps and get a few points. Here's Ricky Rudd into the pits getting fuel. They're looking at the tires. Oh, he has been on those tires for quite a while. Oh, he gets the tank of fuel and heads on back into the action. So apparently he's going to stay out there a while on those.
There you see the number 27 car being driven by Bobby Hillen. That car wasn't even around until Thursday. They entered it at the last possible moment. That's the Moroso Memorial car that Dick Moroso brought in memory of his son, Robbie. And Bobby Hillen has done a good job with it. He's come from 36 to 7th as we get set to go. And there you see the 73 car back out here once again, Phil Barkdahl, who had that wild ride a few moments ago. Now, here's Dave Despain.
of the multiple problems confronting Hut Strickland, this one may be the one that will ultimately be the biggest problem. The green puddle out there on pit road, and let's ask Jimmy Finnig. They have now completed the tire change. They have replaced the windshield. Jimmy, what's that we see out there on pit road, and how big a problem is it?
Oh, that's just a little bit of water. The big thing is the windshield we put in there's got a little crack in it, so we'll just have to wait and see what happens.
You elected not to change it again, even though you were stuck in here for the penalty. Did you figure you didn't have time?
I figured we didn't have time, and then there was no sense going 2 laps down.
So they cut their losses and got back out there with a crack in the windshield.
That's the story on Hut Strickland's car as we get ready to go green once again. And as they come to the line, Joe Ruttman is up in front. He has never won a Winston Cup race. There you see the sign on the 5 car up.
Yeah, apparently he got above the white line going out, so he'll be in for a stop-and-go penalty, maybe. But the 5 car of Ricky Rudd is subject for a black flag the next time around.
Joe Ruttman, whose elder brother won the Indianapolis 500 back in 1953. Joe Ruttman, who has never won in Winston Cup racing, has 3 second places, leading the Daytona 500 and being challenged. Here comes Davey Allison.
Allison going down on the inside. Now, it'll be interesting to see how many of these cars pit. Now, they can't pit this time around. They have to come by the start-finish line one more time before the odd cars can come in, those with the blue stickers on them. So we'll see if anyone chooses to pit or if they stay out there for a little while.
Davey Allison's view of Joe Ruttman. From the leader, you're looking back over the field in the 33rd annual Daytona 500 live here on CBS Sports. Turn 1.
Joe Ruttman's car looking as if it can hold a fairly tight line there, Ned.
Yeah, even with hot tires on it, worn tires. He's holding down to the inside very good.
In fact, both of them. So they may elect not to make a pit stop, although they're going to have to change these tires sooner or later. And it's just a bit of a lottery as to when you do it. Sparks coming from underneath that car.
Hits a little bump down on the inside, sort of bottoms out for it.
To turn 4 again, you get an idea of the banking there. Again, he's holding a good tight line.
Coming by to complete 76
Whoa,
laps.
there's a trouble. Turn 4.
That is Bodine in trouble. They came down through. I think someone was thinking about ducking in. They came out of that left turn.
Luckily for Jeff Bodine, this is a blue pit stop lap, and so he can legitimately stop now and change the tire.
And it's also a break for last year's Daytona 500 winner. Derek Cope had already committed himself to come down pit road. That happened behind him. He can go ahead and change 4 tires and without any kind of a penalty.
Riding with Bodine after that wild spin. Here he comes in. He can change tires. He is now on pit road after that wild ride out of 4. They are coming back to the line, and as they do, Davey Allison is in first. In the car number 28, Joe Ruttman is in second place. Hut Strickland, number 12, trying to make ground on the inside. See him just driving underneath.
Now, he could have done with leading that group across the line, couldn't he, with his new tires, because that, of course, would have got his lap back. But it was not to be.
View from Bodine, car number 11 on pit road. After a wild spin, look at it again.
Not quite sure what happened here.
Well, the white car just sort of slid up into him. And then
I think that's Jimmy Sauter, isn't it? Isn't that 89?
That's Sauter on the inside. It's another car on the outside.
And Sauter just slid into his pits and
that left rear wheel
taking on tires.
Is that the tire just coming right off the rim, or is it the wheel itself? Look.
Mike Joy.
Jeff Bodine badly cut down a left rear tire, Ken, and there's scrape marks, and the aerodynamics are all messed up on the left side of the car. Crew Chief Tim Brewer is looking on as they use a real long pry bar to try to pry out the rim. They cannot loosen the lug nuts on that left rear tire because the rim is bent in against them. Jeff has now shut the car off. That's Mike Hill with the pry bar trying to gain himself some leverage. They may have to cut that rim to get to the lug nuts, and stranger things keep happening in this 500. Back upstairs.
Frustrating day for Jeff Bodine. We'll be back with more of CBS Sports live coverage of the Daytona 500 after this message and a word from your local station.
Sears is the place to run to, because right now, all athletic shoes for men, women, and kids are 20% off. Reebok, Converse, Etonic, Adidas, LA Gear, and more. All 20% off. Sears President's Day sale. Step on it.
The driver of this car adds something special to his motor oil. So does the driver of this car. They both use STP oil treatment for drivers on a racetrack or drivers on a fast track. STP.
Where were you when over 20 years ago, Ed Sullivan had the biggest show with the biggest stars on television? The Beatles, Lucy and Desi, Sammy Davis Jr. and Ella Fitzgerald, The Doors, Joan Rivers, Red Skelton, Topo Gigio, and many more. Be there again when Carol Burnett hosts the very best of the Ed Sullivan Show tonight at 9.
Wednesday on CBS. Which of your favorite country stars will walk away with the Grammy? Join Randy Travis, the Judds, and more when Gary Shandling hosts the Grammys.
This is CBS.
Need some help. I said, need some help.
Yeah, I need a ride to,
Dapco. Don't you mean Dapco Auto Parts?
Fine, Dapco.
Babies, we got the parts you need today, so wake up and come to the Dapco store nearest you, where we don't just sell auto parts, we know auto parts.
This May at Charlotte Motor Speedway, America's premier racing facility. It's Coca-Cola 600 month, an American classic. It begins May 19th with a Superstar Shootout when the Winston returns to Charlotte. May 25th, Winston Cup regulars and Grand National drivers mix it up in the Champion Spark Plug 300. Then Sunday, May 26th, the Coca-Cola 600, the ultimate test of man and machine. Coca-Cola 600 month at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Truly two American classics. Call now. The biggest race is for the best seats.
Weather School, weeknights at 6 on Eyewitness News.
The Daytona 500 is sponsored by the First Brands Corporation, makers of STP, the Edge. Goodyear, who make the only tires used in the Daytona 500. Quaker State, the Big Q is one tough motor oil. And by the Die Hard battery, now with more power when you need it most.
Up on 200 miles, looking back at the beginning of the race, there have been three surprises. One, so many yellow flags. Two, the performance of Joe Ruttman unheralded. And thirdly, the fact that the pit stop rules have not borne one way or another on the competition. It was as expected early. Dale Earnhardt and Davey Allison setting the pace. At 200 miles gone, 300 to go.
21 laps to that halfway mark and the $10,000 bonus for leading at halfway. Gentlemen, your thoughts on what we've seen thus far?
Well, I think one reason we have seen as many cautions as we have is the fact that they're having to run these tires longer than they have in the past. Those tires are hot, and the cars slide around a little bit more on the racetrack, and as a result, we've seen some cars get into others and cause cautions.
And Kyle Petty just spent quite a bit of time there in the pits, so not quite. They were fiddling around with the front end of the car. He may have run over some debris or something.
Earnhardt's car giving us these pictures, running in third place. Let's look at the leaderboard after 78 laps. Here's how they were running. Up in front, Davey Allison once again with his caution period in the Ford. Then in the second position, car number 75, the Oldsmobile of Joe Ruttman. Going third was Dale Earnhardt Chevrolet. In the fourth position was Sterling Marlin in his Ford. Then in the fifth position was Alan Kowicki in a Ford. Looking further back. Oh, we're going to stop right here because Earnhardt is coming in. Let's see what the story is on Dale Earnhardt.
Well, is he coming in, or is he just throwing out a decoy to someone? Let's see. Yeah, I believe he is coming in. Okay.
I'll tell you, just in front of him is the 75 of Ruttman. Ruttman is pitted as well. Mike?
Well, Ken, Dale Earnhardt has only gone 45 laps on this tank of fuel. Ordinarily, he should be able to go farther unless they did not get a full load last time, or unless he's not picking it all up. Goodwrench crew goes to work. A little more cleanup work out there on the front of the car. Danny Myers is the man with the gas can. And Richard Childress is beating down the rear spoiler. Well, now he's going to beat it up a little bit. It's got to be 25 degrees from horizontal minimum, but he's trying to make a minute adjustment with his fist on the handling of that car. He's full of gas and back out.
Mike, we wonder if, since he did come in and take on the fuel, we know that his tires are getting worn. Now, they can change 2 tires a lot quicker than they can put in fuel. So maybe they decide to come on in, get the fuel, and then come back in a little while and get those tires.
No point making work on a pit stop. That's the thing about pit stops. If you try and do too many things at once, there's always a danger, even with a crew like that something can go wrong. So if you've got the chance to do it, and with the luxury of a caution, let's get the fuel in, because sooner or later he is going to have to make one of these green flag stops.
21 cars in the lead lap. Davey Allison sporting first position. Field organizing in the backstretch, ready to go back under green after the 6th caution period of the race, and this before halfway.
We hear that number 3, Dale Earnhardt's going to have a stop and go, and Joe Ruttman in the number 75 car.
Apparently they went above the white line going out of the pits. That's something you have to be very careful about.
This will get their attention.
Are they taking this rule just a little bit literally on the caution?
Well, now that white line rule has been into effect for several years, and sometimes the drivers just simply forget it when they go out of the pits and they move above that line too quick, and
may have thought under the caution, you know.
Yeah, nobody would look.
More than they would care too much.
Yeah.
Back to the line.
Green flag waving.
Davey Allison breaks away. And the 3 and the 75 both scoot into this quick stop. Mike Joy?
It is a stop and go for blending up above the line. Ned, you're right. Dale just wanted fuel to ensure himself being able to go further once they got back to green flag racing. But I am surprised when they have to come in and get tires, you can fuel the car in just about the same amount of time. Here's Dave.
And that may change the strategy here in Davey Allison's pit, because their crewman, Joey Knuckles, up there on the wall said, well, we're going to come in with our old buddy Earnhardt. They wanted to maintain that draft up front. When Earnhardt came for his tires, so too would Davey Allison. Now, with that draft broken anyway, they're making the decision when to come, and I got a feeling they're going to come quick because they need those tires very badly.
I don't know, Dave. I don't think they can afford to come in now. They'd go a lap down if they came into the pits now. They need to hope there's a caution here pretty early and then come in quickly after the next green flag situation.
It is an immense interval between the 19 cars up in that lead draft in the lead lap and the 2 cars way out back now. Here you see the leaders with Davey Allison first, Sterling Marlin second, and Alan Kowicki third. Number 11 back on pit road, running well down now.
And Ken, he came into the pits while the pits were actually closed. So.
Well, now, of course, Dale Earnhardt and Joey Ruttman have really got to get their act together now and just hunker down and just pull us back as much as they can in a dual draft to catch up with that lead group.
Okay, the Blues can come into the pits now. We see Harry Gant and Dale Jarrett coming into the pits, and they were both designated as odd numbered car, not odd numbered cars, but those 2 happen to be that way. But anyway, they are wearing the blue. There you see Jeff Bodine, and there's Dale Jarrett, and then down farther pit road is Harry Gant. Both of them taking on right side tires and a tank of fuel. They're going to have to hurry to stay in the lead lap.
There you see those leaders with Davey Allison's Ford up in front. Sterling Marlin in the second spot. Alan Kowicki's number 7 reported in 30 of some lap cars in between. Dave Despain.
And here in Davey Allison's pit, we've seen the first sign of the confusion over this rule. Ned, they do want to get in here. They say they're coming in 4 laps, but they've been frantically looking if we can come around. At this chart, which tells them the last time there was a pit stop, they are counting. Now, is it blue? Is it orange? When we can come in, and what they have determined is we're going to go 4 laps. That way we know we're okay, but they are saying at least they're going to bring Davey in. Now, what they say and what they do, well, we'll wait and see.
Dave, I misunderstood. I thought you were talking about Dale Earnhardt. Yeah, Davey, maybe so. He's up front. He could perhaps stay in the lead lap by coming in. I'm sorry, I misunderstood who you were talking about there a moment ago.
Lap car behind them, the Mark Martin car, which had put up a stout challenge in the early going. Now here comes Allison dropping to the bottom. Looks like he's on his way for pit road. Davey Allison coming down. And this will put Sterling Marlin in front for the first time today in the 500. Marlin takes the lead. Sterling Marlin, the Junior Johnson car, lap 85. He takes over. With Davey Allison on pit road, here's Dave.
It is a right side tire change. That is as expected. This will be the norm in Winston Cup racing. Now, there will be a right side chassis adjustment as well. And they were in and out of there in a hurry. 14-3 on the Allison team. They got a quick chassis adjustment on the right, and most critically, they got those right side tires.
Dave, they had some strategy. It was planned that Alan Kowicki and Davey Allison would come down pit road together and hopefully get back out together so that they could draft. Well, Allison beat Alan Kowicki out of the pits by a pretty good margin, so now he'll probably be out there by himself with no one to draft with.
The other guy that seems to have got completely left out in all this shuffling is Kyle Petty, who was running so strongly just a few minutes ago, pulled his way right through the field onto the lead lap, past the leaders, and failed to capitalize at the next caution period, and somehow left himself way back in the field.
Here's car number 9, Bill Elliott, in another time. Directly behind him, Dick Trickle. There is your leader. Right behind him is the car number 12, being reported a lap down, Hut Strickland. The second place car is 17, Waltrip. Darrell Waltrip now owns his own team. Says he has to remember that he has to drive as a driver and not as an owner. He really had his driver's face on this morning. Dick Trickle comes back on the track. Petty, Richard Petty, comes up to third spot. He's on the move. Back in a moment.
They say that it's over. They say that you're through. But they just don't know you the way that I do. So bring back the best.
Warning, cold starts can be tough on your car's engine because your motor oil might not reach some of its parts for a full minute. Fact, independent lab tests confirm whether it's 35 below zero or 50 above. Quaker State 10W30 gets to all your engine parts faster than other leading 10W30s. At 40 degrees, it's 3 times faster. So don't let cold starts make it tough on your engine. Get Quaker State. It's one tough motor oil.
This is where America gets together. Every weekend throughout America, there is great NASCAR racing.
I wouldn't be anywhere else.
Fact. Ford outsells Chevrolet and every other American competitor. Fact. Across the country, Ford outsells Honda, Nissan, and Toyota combined. Fact. Every year for the past 4 years, Ford has had the best-selling cars and trucks in America. Call it leadership. Call it winning. Call it anything you want. The simple fact is, Ford is number 1. Save during Leadership Month at your Ford dealer now.
One use of STP fuel injector cleaner helps remove clogging deposits. And that should be of passing interest to a lot of drivers. STP fuel injector cleaner.
It is played on one of the PGA's most feared and revered courses. Live from the City of Angels, the Nissan Los Angeles Open, next weekend on CBS Sports.
After 88 of 200 laps, here's how they were running. Marlin first, Waltrip second, Petty third, Mass fourth, and Bobby Hamilton, the rookie from Nashville, in fifth. But my, how things can change in just a couple of laps. For now, Sterling Marlin is on pit road. Darrell Waltrip has already pulled on to pit road. And
Rick Mast has taken over the lead.
Rick Mast in car number 1. 19-second stop here on car number 22 has found himself first place. Car number 12, car that you've seen in your frame some of recent, Hut Strickland, was 3 laps down.
Yeah, he was 3 laps down, and then he passed Sterling Marlin while Marlin was leading the race, so that would put him 2 laps down. As we see Dale Earnhardt, they're still in the lead lap, but yet to make a pit stop. And here is the car number 12 of Hut Strickland running right in front of the leader, Rick Mast.
Remember that Rick Mast in 1989 finished 6th here in his first Daytona 500 ride for Travis Carter. Gave it a great run. Around Jimmy Sauter, as they go down into turn number 3.
That looked like Mast wanted to move on the outside, trying to move on the outside to put him 3 laps down again. Let's go to the pits and Dave Despain.
Bill Elliott, once the darling of Daytona, once the king of the super speedways, in for a definitely unscheduled bit of repair. They have replaced a tie rod on the front of this car. Bill Elliott, Bill, where did this problem come from?
I have no idea.
What do we believe happens? Bill theorized. Bill's getting ready to go back out, as you can obviously tell. Remember when Bill Elliott blew that tire early? Their theory is that when they blew the tire, it tore up the front end and ultimately led to the broken tie rod. They have replaced that now. They're sending him back out. Let's go to Mike Joy.
Dave, there was good reason for Dale Earnhardt's pit stop under caution. Let's assume my notebook is the fuel cell. The fuel pickup is down here in the right rear corner, so that when the car goes up into the banking, the force sends the fuel to the pickup in the right rear corner. Well, under caution, you don't have that cornering force. You're only going 70, so the fuel goes down to the left rear corner of that fuel cell. Dale was afraid he wouldn't have enough fuel to get to the carburetor to take off on the restop, so he stopped under caution. Now, what they're trying to do is find a partner, somebody who is running somewhere near Earnhardt, come in and get tires at the same time he does, so when he goes back out, he's not trying to push through the wind all by himself.
Remember that Dale Earnhardt is being shown back from those leaders. We have him in 7th spot at the present time. Here's Mast in car number 1. He is leading. Jackson Brothers car looking very strong now as we move toward halfway. 93 laps are complete. You see the number 1 there. Now the interval back to the 2nd place car.
It's Kyle Petty in the right of the screen. The Dick Trickle car, number 66, is a lap down. He made his green flag pit stop and went a lap down. Kyle Petty running in 2nd place. Biggest lead we've seen by anyone today. Rick Mast currently has. That's what green flag pit stops will do for you. It'll scatter the field out. There's Ricky Rudd,
running
car
3rd.
number 5. Number 24 is at least 1 lap down Mickey Gibbs, and then the car number 27 is Bobby Hillen, who is being shown in 4th place. A great run for him today in the Robbie Moroso Memorial car.
And behind them, that's Bobby Hamilton out of Nashville in the 68 car in his first ride for this team.
I think he has gone a lap down now after making a pit stop, Ken. He was up there in the top 5, but he has gone a lap down to the leaders.
Well, we have a Stern report that showed him up there in that lead lap. That may be incorrect.
There's the Robbie Gordon car, who is being shown in the 5th position in his first Daytona 500. Ken Schrader, who is many laps down.
Dale Earnhardt and Troy Ruttman are running just about 20 seconds behind the leaders.
There's Eddie Bierschwell's number 23 that may have been involved in that altercation in 4 that sent number 11 spinning. Here's the 94 car, last year's 2nd place finisher. That's Terry Labonte, who currently is running in 6th position. Behind him, here you see the 19 car, Chad Little out of Spanaway, Washington, and he is running a lap down on the field as we give you an idea of where they're positioned around the track.
And it's a pretty far piece back to the next car. You see a lot of racetrack there before we come into the cars of Dale Earnhardt and Joe Ruttman.
They're doing a copybook job there. Absolutely tied together.
They're shown in 7th and 8th position. Earnhardt 7th, Joe Ruttman 8th.
And they are, in fact, pulling in. Well, on that lap, they pulled back nearly a full second. So if they can keep that up, well, in 18 laps, they'll be up with the leaders again.
Yep. Davey Allison back in 9th position. 96 laps complete, moving toward halfway.
Here's Phil Barkdahl still out there running, even though he has had a couple of spins.
He's running several laps down after that big spin that he had.
Kyle Petty has caught. That's Kyle Petty in the right of your screen. Dick Trickle, car number 66, trying to get his lap back.
So as Kyle Petty tries to move back in and get back into the hunt in the lead lap, we'll pause for these messages.
They say that it's over. They say that you're through. But they just don't know you the way that I do. So bring Nothing beats a winning team, pushing hard, reaching for the dream. Nothing beats clean, crisp and cold. Got the king of beers, you're on a roll. Nothing beats the Bud, Budweiser. Nothing beats the Bud, nothing beats the Bud.
In trying to make an artistic statement, one should be careful not to let one's personal aroma do the talking. In order not to offend the critics, I recommend Right Guard Sport Stick. It provides maximum protection and the freshest scents, a sublime palette of odoriferous emanations. After all, a true artiste should be remembered for his inspiration, not his perspiration. Right Guard Sport Stick. Anything less would be uncivilized.
Where can you go on Goodyear Wrangler radials? So where can you go on Goodyear Wrangler radials? Just about anywhere you want. Put on a set of Goodyear Wrangler radials, and you'll know why we say the best tires in the world have Goodyear written all over them.
The driver of this car adds something special to his motor oil. So does the driver of this car. They both use STP oil treatment for drivers on a racetrack or drivers on a fast track. STP.
This Daytona 500 race summary is sponsored by STP, The Edge.
Race summary as we move toward the halfway mark. 6 leaders. Lead changes 11. Average speed, a slow 138-mile-an-hour clip with 6 cautions, bringing that speed down for 28 laps to a caution car condition. 9 cars have fallen by the wayside. Here are the cars that have failed to make the first half of the distance. Sachs, Swindell, Spencer, Jimmy Means, Michael Waltrip. Buddy Baker's car, one of the early ones out. Dave Marcus has retired. Morgan Shepherd, he too had engine problems and had to fall out of the 33rd Annual 500. We have just made the halfway mark in the event. The $10,000 bonus for leading at halfway belongs to number 1, Rick Mast, and in second place in the lead lap, number 42, there he is, Kyle Petty. He is running in the lead lap. Let's be accurate about that. Kyle Petty in second. Then in third is Ricky Rudd. In fourth is Bobby Hillen. Fifth is Gordon, and Robbie Gordon's done an incredible job. Here's Kyle Petty closing up on the number 1. Battle for the lead building. Robbie Gordon, the off-road racer from Los Angeles, California, staying in the top 10, currently 5th.
Almost touching Hut Strickland, as Rick Mast has been drafting him at every opportunity. Strickland has been running low on the racetrack, and Mast will go down behind him to pick up that draft. But he sees Kyle Petty back there in his rearview mirror now. He would like to be able to draft away from Kyle, but don't look like that's going to happen. Now Strickland moves down to the inside. Looks like he'll let the leaders go.
Gordon, of course, qualified 35th for this race. Really hasn't been much of a factor, but by good pit stops to his very experienced car owner, Junie Dunleavy, they have managed to pull themselves right up there into 5th position.
Here's Dave Despain.
Kyle Petty missed that $10,000 halfway bonus by about 3 car lengths. This despite the fact that on that long yellow just before halfway, he made not 1 but 2 pit stops. They had to repair some damage to the front end. They got that handled. The car is obviously still fast. Donnie Richardson is serving as crew chief on the car today. Gary Nelson is up topside. What was that second pit stop about, Donnie?
Well, we just noticed, we come in for the gas mainly, just under the cautions, and happened to notice there's a piece of metal sticking out of the front end, so made a second pit stop just to cure that problem, because we were afraid that the nose might crack a little further, start flapping loose, and cause further damage to us later.
That was a communication breakdown that brought him in one more time, though. What was that about?
Well, then, leaving the pit road, NASCAR with their new pit rules and the safety, the 19 car happened to pass us on the outside and went above the white line. they miscommunicated with us in the 19 car of who went above the white line. So we thought we were getting a stop-and-go penalty, and as it turned out, we weren't. So he come into pit road, and it was too late for me to stop him, and I just waved him on by as he come down the pit road.
So he took a stop-and-go he didn't need. We'll go down pit road to Mike Jordan.
Richard Jackson is $10,000 richer. His driver, Rick Bass, will get part of that for leading at halfway. Now what?
Well, we're trying to figure the strategy for the rest of the race. We've got 2 more stops we've got to make, and we've got to get tires at least one of those times.
When do you think that'll be? How long can you go on tires?
Well, we'd like to change tires in maybe 20 more laps.
Okay, he and crew chief Bob Johnson noodling it out. Ken, with these new pit rules, nobody's really quite sure when they want to stop.
Here you see Kyle Petty out in front and Rick Mast in the number 1. Rick Mast is an incredible story. His father-in-law is A.K. Dillard, great promoter and car builder on short tracks up in Virginia, and he's his father-in-law, and those two had made a pretty good combination, won a lot of races over a lot of years. They finally put together a car to go asphalt racing. This year, of course, Rick Mast has left the family and is racing for another family, the Jackson brothers. They have 2 cars here. Richard in control of the number 1, his brother Leo, the number 33 car that's being driven by Harry Gant today. Rick Mast making an outstanding run. We'll be back with more of the Daytona 500, which is Kyle Petty's to win at this moment.
What truck eats the import's lunch in off-road racing year after year?
Ford trucks, the best ever ends.
What truck offers you more electronic fuel-injected engines, push-button 4-wheel drive, and 4-liter V6 power? Technology the imports can't match. Ford Ranger, the truck that also eats the import's lunch in sales year after year. More people are driving the best-built, best-selling American trucks than ever before.
One use of STP Fuel Injector Cleaner helps remove clogging deposits. And that should be of passing interest to a lot of drivers. STP Fuel Injector Cleaner.
If you buy at least 10 rolls of Owens Corning Pink Insulation, R13 or higher, you can get a free NBA team travel bag. Choose your favorite team. Offer ends March 3rd.
Time and time again, for professional photographers and amateurs as well, the world's great pictures are trusted to the same brand of film, Kodak. Why trust your great pictures to anything less?
Davy Allison believes. Mario and Michael Andretti believe. Don Prudhomme believes. You get out of a car what you put into it. Hamilton Superior Grade.
Relive the great years of the Great American Race in this new CBS Sports home video. To order by credit card, call 1-800-999-VIDEO. Daytona, drama, danger, dedication. Includes this year's 500, and it's only $19.98 plus $3 shipping and handling. Back with you at Daytona after 106 laps completed. And the leader, Kyle Petty in car number 42. Pontiac up in front. Second spot is Rick Mast in car number 1, the Oldsmobile. Then in the 3rd position is Ricky Rudd in the Hendrick Chevrolet. Going in the 4th position, that would be Bobby Hillen, having a great run in the Moroso car. And back in the 5th position is Robbie Gordon. Now, he just pitted a moment ago, so he's dropped a few. Let's take a look at that rundown a little further back. Terry Labonte was then running in 6th, well up in the lead lap. The 7th position was Earnhardt, stable right where he's been for the past 15-20 laps. Joel Ruttman has fallen a bit off the pace from Earnhardt, but remains in 8th. Then Davy Allison is in 9th, and rounding out the top 10, Ernie Irvan. Coming onto pit road right now is number 3.
And we understand that he might take on 4 tires, Ken. He's going to go a lap down, even if he takes on 2. Let's go to the pits and Mike Joy.
Ned, it will be a 4-tire change, and this crew has long been the best of the business. Kirk Shelmerdine on that right front as David Smith jacks the car. Hank Jones carrying tires around to the right side. Scott Kluka is already loosening up the left side lug nuts. They'll be off by the time Smith gets the jack around and that side of the car up. Right sides are done. Cecil Gordon rolls the left front tire up. Shelmerdine hits the 5 lug nuts. Down goes the car, and Earnhardt's away. Quick 4-tire stop.
I'll tell you how quick, 23 and 9/10 seconds on our clicker.
Good pit stop. Now, of course, he has gone a lap down, but those 4 tires should really let him run a good, maybe a second or second and a half faster per lap than he has been running.
And that stop was made at lap 111.
Now, he needs to run a good second a lap quicker than he was running because he was already losing half a second to the leader. So, but now he's a lap down, so he wants to try and get back with those guys on the track and then pray for yellow.
Leader Kyle Petty.
Now Kyle Petty starting to pull away a little bit from Rick Marston, the number 1 car there.
And he's coming up on his dad, Richard Petty, which would put Richard a lap down, just in case he does pass him. Richard currently running in the 14th position.
STP in-car camera giving us these pictures from Richard Petty's car number 43. Come off the pace. He's back in 14th position.
You can see him moving his head around. That camera is on his helmet. You see Dick Trickle going by on the inside. There's Hud Strickland going by on the inside. Kyle's could be pretty close behind those 2 cars. And you can see how much moving around his head is doing inside that car. And you can see exactly where Richard Petty is looking.
There's his son Kyle going through.
Yep, putting Richard a lap down.
Dick Strickland, that 66 car, although he's down a bit, has been going very well the last 2 laps, hanging right onto that lead group.
Yes, he came in, changed tires, got a lap down. Now he has unlapped himself, and here goes Rick Mast, the car number 1 around Richard Petty.
27 on to pit road.
Hillen was running 4th. And you know, Ken, you mentioned that Earnhardt came in at 111 laps, and I think this is the first tire change for Ricky Rudd, for Bobby Hillen as well. So that means that they can go the rest of the way as far as tires are concerned because they've already gone past the halfway point.
Kulwicki going a lap down in car number 7 as Kyle Petty continues to put it on him. The First Brands people gave Richard Petty a $1 million annuity here in the course of the Speed Weeks. Take a look at this running order after 100 laps with all the competitors in it. And Kyle was saying the other day that he would be willing to do everything he could to help his father in this race, block for him, do it, ever what needed to be done. As he knew he was the heir apparent.
Because to get his hands on the remainder of the minute.
Right.
Exactly. This kid's no fool.
Here's Richard away. 14-second stop, Ned.
Good pit stop, taking on left side tires this time. Reaches up, puts his goggles back in place. See how long he keeps it in 3rd gear? They have a very high ratio 3rd gear, and they use those here at Daytona and at Talladega because with the restrictor plates, when you change into 4th gear, if you don't have the engine revved up good in 3rd, it'll just kill the engine. So in fact, now he's now going to 4th gear, and he's already
long 2nd gear is what they got as well.
Well, they got a long 2nd and a long 3rd. Yeah. He was almost into turn 3 when he went into 4th gear.
He'd probably have a 2nd gear here, almost like their high gear would be at somewhere like Martinsville or Bristol.
Oh yeah, probably even higher than that. Yeah.
Richard Childress is telling me he thought that they would be shifting into high gear coming out of 2 with the car number 3. You saw Richard carry it 2/3 of the way down the backstretch before he got it all wound out. There's the leader, Kyle Petty. Let's go to Dave Despain.
Back when in-car cameras were brand new, we saw this man drive to victory here on CBS in the Daytona 500. Cale Yarborough now owns a car that just drove by the leaders there a minute ago and unlapped herself. Dick Trickle, the driver. Now you're backing up. What's happened, Cale?
Well, we're pushing a little bit, Dave, but he's running real good. The car's had a little bit of push all day, but Kyle's got to stop here shortly, so that'll put us back in contention, I think.
Now, I got to ask you, he's got that reputation. You know, he was the oldest rookie to ever come down the bike. Will he take any advice from a guy guy like you who's won this thing a time or two?
Well, I hope he will, because I'm sure giving him some.
That is Cale Yarborough in the pits of Dick Trickle.
Good. Now, because the thing is that we've just had the tire stop of Earnhardt and Richard Petty with just 80-odd laps to go. Of course, the one guy who changed early and really benefited from it was Kyle Petty. Is he going to try and stop again, or will he try and make these tires run through the rest of the race?
I don't know. But I think that he'll probably take on left side tires. If he has to make the green flag pit stop with fuel, then I think he'll take on left side tires, yeah.
So Kyle Petty stays first. Rick Mast is second. Several seconds back, Ricky Rudd in third, Ruttman fourth, and Terry Labonte is now fifth.
They say that it's over. They say that you're through. But they just don't know you the way that I do. So bring back love.
The same battery that has started all Daytona 500 winners since 1978. Also starts millions of cars all over America every day. Die Hard. More power when you need it most.
This is how a Ferrari Testarossa looks on the road. And this is how a Ferrari Testarossa looks to the road, where it ultimately responds through the contact patch of its Goodyear Eagle tires. The exclusive tires chosen for every Testarossa sold in America. Goodyear Eagles. They're another reason we say the best tires in the world have Goodyear written all over them.
This is a brand new car. Put in a leading motor oil. This is an identical new car. Put in Mobil 1 and drive. Under extreme conditions, temperatures in your engine can reach 570 degrees. Of course, Mobil 1 costs more, but then look at what can happen to conventional oil. Mobil 1, isn't your car worth the extra protection? The all-time Indy 500 winner just changed his oil. Mobil 1 welcomes Roger Penske to the team.
This is CBS.
Was that a model car or a giant hand? Antique Train and Toy, 523 Merriman, Asheville, North Carolina.
Some people value economy, while others value practicality. Some people value luxury, while others value elegance. See your Carolina Honda dealer today and see the 1991 Honda Accords. Because everyone values value.
All four from CBS News. Iraqi Foreign Minister Tariq Aziz has left Baghdad for his meeting with Soviet President Mikhail Gorbachev. On his way to Moscow, Aziz first went by car to Iran and met with Ali Akbar Veliati, his Iranian counterpart. From Tehran, Aziz takes a Soviet jet to Moscow, where he's scheduled to meet with Gorbachev on Monday. Secretary of State Baker says the U.S. is waiting to see what happens in Moscow. He added that in the meantime, there will be no ceasefire in the Gulf War. 2 American soldiers were killed and 6 wounded by friendly fire overnight. Marine General Richard Neal said an Apache helicopter fired missiles at a Bradley tank and an armored personnel carrier by mistake, destroying the vehicles and causing the casualties. In Saudi Arabia, a delegation of U.S. senators is visiting American soldiers and touring a Patriot missile station. The senators spent time talking with American soldiers and were able to see a Scud missile fragment up close. I'm Paula Zahn, CBS News New York. We'll have a complete wrap-up of war news later today on the CBS Evening News. Now back to the Daytona 500.
And back at the 33rd annual Daytona 500, the leader continues to be Kyle Petty. Joe Ruttman has now taken over in second place. Ernie Irvin has moved up to third. Darrell Waltrip is in fourth, and now we're seeing the leader coming in. Here's Dave Despain as Kyle Petty motors down pit road.
A planned pit stop, a scheduled pit stop, but a potential problem. They plan to change the right side tires for Kyle Petty. Here is the car on pit road, the crew going to work. Len Scala over on the far side on the jack, and Felix Sabatas, the car owner, an interested bystander. The problem is this car does not have low gear. How well will Petty leave? He killed the engine. 14-1 on the pit stop. They had to push to get him going. Now that is legal. Felix Sabatas is the team owner here, and we'll get a quick word from him if we can. They have lost low gear in Petty's car. Felix, you got to be pretty jazzed about the way things are going, but you do have a problem, no low gear.
Yeah, but later on in the race, we're going to be in deep trouble because we don't have the low gear, so when we stop the next time around, we probably end up going a lap down.
You didn't get a lap down there. You could win this thing.
Well, we got it back one time, but we had a new fresh set of tires on when we got our lap back. Now we're going to put two left side tires, so I don't know. It's a long afternoon. Maybe we'll catch a break here and there, but right now we're looking good. It's just that the tire situation is going to hurt us with our gear.
Now they have right side tires fresh, but they have no low gear. Remember the rule, you cannot push a car that has the motor running. However, when the engine died on pit road, that then made it legal for them to push the car and get it refired.
As Kyle Petty came in, Joe Ruttman took first place, but in front of Joe Ruttman was the number 3 car of Earnhardt. That now puts him back in the lead lap.
That's my opinion, Ken. We'll have to wait for official scoring, but according to our calculations, it would put Earnhardt back in the lead lap. And Ruttman has yet to take on any tires. He's going to have a pit stop coming up before too long, but Dale Earnhardt has 4 tires at the 111th lap.
Leader, Joe Ruttman. Here's the 11 car. Let's see if he's back in and going slowly. And now Ruttman is going to pit. This will put Ernie Irvan into first place. Darrell Waltrip will move up into second.
Very close to Ernie Irvan, too.
Davey Allison comes back to third at the line. Rusty Wallace fourth. Sterling Marlin fifth. Harry Gant comes to sixth.
Now this will be a 4-tire change for Joe Ruttman, as Earnhardt did. Earnhardt made it in, what, 23 seconds? 23. Let's see how long it takes them. It's going to take them longer. They're already past the time that Earnhardt was in. In fact, Earnhardt goes across the start-finish line, and Ruttman just now coming out of the pit, so he's going to be at least a third of a lap behind Earnhardt once he gets up to speed.
Joe Ruttman is giving up first place. There are the leaders, Ernie Irvan in first. Darrell Waltrip now second. Davey Allison to third. So it's Chevy, Ford, Pontiac, Ford in the top 5 positions. Ernie Irvan's number 4, which started outside of the front row today, getting the lead for the first time.
And then got penalized by a stop-and-go penalty. Was about 2/3 of a lap behind at one time. Then the cautions helped him to catch up, and has made good pit stops as he moves around Terry Labonte and Joe Ruttman as they try to get their speed back up.
Be something if this California campaigner pulls off an upset like Derek Cope did a year ago. Stand by. Lots more to come.
Fact. Ford Thunderbird, Bronco, Mustang, Ranger, and F-Series pickup are all the best-selling vehicles in their class. Fact. The new Ford Escort is the best-selling small car in America. Fact. The new Ford Explorer is already outselling all of its competition. Call it leadership, call it winning, call it anything you want. The simple fact is, Ford is #1. Save now during Leadership Month at your Ford dealer.
A company can learn a lot in 125 years. As you learn, you make your product better and better. 125 years of quality. That's why people who know use Valvoline.
Power Stick Antiperspirant. It excels with 50% more odor and wetness fighters per stroke for 24-hour control that ordinary deodorant sticks just can't beat. Power Stick, the power that puts you in control.
It's more than a crying shame. It's a national tragedy. And here are its victims. Every day, hundreds of infants enter the world with 2 strikes against them, helpless and addicted.
You can see now the baby's shaking terribly. It's really hard for them. He's craving for the drug.
For many of their mothers, it starts as a game, an escape from life's problems. But soon the game gets in their blood. And once that happens, a mother's addiction can sentence her child to death. Something to consider, for their sake, if not yours.
Where there's help, there's hope.
With 127 of 200 laps complete in the Daytona 500, Ernie Irvan has the lead. Second spot belongs to Darrell Waltrip coming along, the '89 winner. Then in third is Davey Allison, who started on the pole. The fourth position is Rusty Wallace in the new Roger Penske team Pontiac. Then in the fifth spot, Sterling Marlin's number 22, the Junior Johnson Ford. The sixth position is Harry Gant. Running in the seventh position, Kyle Petty. Going eighth on the field is Dale Jarrett in the Wood Brothers number 21 Ford. In ninth is Dick Trickle for Cale Yarborough. And then Rick Maston, number 1. Mike Joy with this update.
Davey Allison, bit of brake smoke pouring from that left front as the crew goes to work, changing 4 tires. Devin Barbie, the front tire changer. Eric Horn on the right rear. Joey Knuckles already had those lugs loose on the left side on the back. A little slow there with the front. Now that tire's in place. Norman Koshibuzu has the second can of gas in. They are done. He is down and away.
26, almost 27 seconds on Davey Allison as he gets back out here in that Ford Thunderbird that qualified at nearly 196 miles an hour. The STP race can carrying us down into turn number 1. Car number 3 at this point stays as fast as anything on the track. The leader's going around at, this is the leader, Ernie Irvan at 188, and Earnhardt still running laps at 191.
Ken, I'm sure that Davey Allison's crew and many others down there have had the stopwatch on Dale Earnhardt. Since he put those 4 new tires on, he has gained more than 20 seconds on the front runners. So they saw what the 4 tires did for him, so Davey Allison said, hey, I need 4 tires on this thing.
Mike Joy.
Alan Kulwicki getting a little service here with military precision as they put right side tires on his Thunderbird. The effort's dedicated to the U.S. Army today. Little chassis adjustment, 1 whole round taken out of the left rear. Getting that second can of gas in, and crew chief Paul Andrews tipping up the spoiler just a little bit for more downforce on the rear. This pit stop a little slower than the ones we saw earlier. Done now on the left front, but they're a little slow on the left rear. Had to wait for the fueling to be done, and he's going to get the penalty. Kulwicki in the penalty box gets the 15 seconds, and now he's away.
Well, Mike, keep your eyes open. We understand the leader, Ernie Irvan, will be coming in 1 more lap, and he, too, will get 4 tires on his Chevrolet. As a matter of fact, it looks like he's flowing coming off of turn 4 now, and Ernie Irvan will be headed towards the pits.
Ernie Irvan was just about half a minute in front of Dale Earnhardt, so it'll be interesting to see if he can, well, he won't be able to stay in front, that's for sure.
As Ernie Irvan comes in, this will move Waltrip, number 17, into the lead. Sterling Marlin will go to second. Rusty Wallace to third. Kyle Petty to fourth. Rick Mass will come up into the fifth spot. Earnhardt was running back in 10th. This will put him into 9th. Here's Dave Despain.
This is a team that has not had as much talk about it this week as perhaps it has deserved. It is Ernie Irvan who sat on the outside pole coming to the 4-tire stop. And again, same decision. They've had the clock on Earnhardt. They got a good quick stop, and they're pumped about it. 24.8 seconds to stop as they go to 4 tires on Ernie Irvan, the lead automobile. The crew chief on this car is Tony Glover, and we'll try to get a word with Tony, but consider this. This team has never raced in Daytona with a Chevrolet in the 500. They've never raced with radial tires. They crashed here last July when the radials were used, and it's a brand new driver, and yet here they are leading the 500, and Tony Glover's pretty jazzed about it. Let's talk to him. Tony, you got to be pretty excited about where you stand right now.
Yeah, right now everything's going pretty good for us. Hope
hopefully we won't get another caution, and if we don't, I think we might have things looking our way.
You got the rhythm of the race coming to you. What do you think about this pit rule? It seems to be working your way right now.
Well, so far I think we've ran 130 laps, and I've aged 3 years, so I don't know.
He doesn't know if he likes it, but for the moment, it appears to be very successful.
Running well, Ernie Irvin and the Morgan McClure team. 17 cars in the lead lap. Car number 17 leading the 500. The 89 winner, Darrell Waltrip. There you see him in the lead going down into turn number 1. And this is a team that really came into the season. That's the first time that he's owned his own team in Winston Cup racing. Derek Cope, last year's champion of the race, right behind him. Not too much said about Darrell all week, but he's looking very stout right now. Second place car to him with these pit stops would be car number 2. Car number 2 would now be your second place car.
And that, of course, is Rusty Wallace, car number 2. New number for him this year. Fans would remember him having number 27 on his car for many years. But a new team, new number.
Car 22 that had been in second place, Marlin in, and now the number 2 takes over. And here you see, coming down the number 26 car, Brett Bodine's machine, still hanging in here after he had a wild experience right where he crashed out of turn 4 back on Thursday. And the car get loose on him again today.
Darrell Waltrip running just about 6 seconds in front of the car that is number 2 on the track behind him, which, as you've already said, is Rusty Wallace in the Pontiac number 2. Roger Penske making a return to NASCAR racing. Darrell Waltrip won this race before. Took him a long time to win it, like Dale Earnhardt. I guess he thought he was never going to win it, and of course finally he managed to pull it off.
17 years it took him to win that first one.
Well, closing up on Robbie Gordon to try to put the Ford driver a lap down is Darrell Waltrip. And for the moment, the Daytona 500 is his.
For the first time, every game is here. Tournament time is March Madness on CBS.
Shine a light on you, shine a light on me. Keep your footlight shining for everyone to see.
Every day, more and more people are getting together over an ice-cold Bud Light.
Well, you can taste it, you can feel it, you know you got it right. 'Cause everything else is just a lie. Just keep your Bud Light shining. Just a light. Shine on.
The driver of this car adds something special to his motor oil. So does the driver of this car. They both use STP oil treatment for drivers on a racetrack or drivers on a fast track. STP.
If you buy at least 10 rolls of Owens Corning Pink Insulation, R13 or higher, you can get a free NBA team travel bag. Choose your favorite team. Offer ends March 3rd.
It's not easy to pull yourself away from a bowl of Kellogg's Raisin Bran. But 2 scoops of raisins taste so good you'll find that once you start you can't leave them behind. It's those 2 scoops that taste too good to throw yourself away. 2 scoops of raisins, golden flakes of bran. Get every bite you can of those 2 scoops that taste too good to pull yourself away. 2 scoops that taste too good in Kellogg's Raisin Bran. 2 scoops.
Now, for all you rookies out there, the great Nolan Ryan will demonstrate his pitching technique.
The Bic Metal Shaver, because I want to look as good off the mound as on. Before the game, it's Bic Metal. After the game, it's Bic Metal. The Bic Metal Shaver, because even good old boys want to look good. It's a choice of this right-hander, the Bic Metal Shaver. It makes me look good every time out. How's that one?
Two of the most dominant teams in recent years collide. Fourth-ranked Tennessee battles Texas. Women's NCAA basketball next Saturday.
140 of 200 laps are complete. Darrell Waltrip is in command of the Daytona 500. And here is Sterling Marlin, who had been running in 3rd place, now bringing his car onto pit road, and the number 2 car of Rusty Wallace that had been running 2nd, also pitting. So both the 2 and the 22 are in at the same time. Must be they intend to get back together. Great pit stop, 12 and 7/10 seconds, Ned.
Yes, a great pit stop. And Rusty Wallace made a 15-second pit stop, so they do go out pretty well together. Looks like Sterling Marlin will beat him out. Rusty might not be able to pick up his draft, but here is the leader, Darrell Waltrip.
Just in front, Derek Cope, Ned, and he's made up a lap. He's now back in the lead lap, giving us 18 machines in the lead lap.
Yeah, he would like to see a caution now, so that he could go all the way around the track and catch back up again.
Chad Little's car out back. Here's the 17. In '89, after all those years, he finally tasted victory in the 500. This super speedway has been a treacherous 2.5 miles for Darrell Waltrip over the years. Back in 1983, there was this crash when he suffered a concussion but escaped anything more serious. This past July, he broke his leg in this crash and still limps noticeably, all courtesy of the Daytona track.
It's kind of like the horse that threw you, you know. It's out there in the corral, and you walk out there and you look at it and you say, hey, buddy, I got a little something for you this time. And that's kind of how I feel about it. I have a love-hate relationship with this place. I love to win here, but I hate to come here. And the reason for that is in '83, I had a pretty serious wreck here off of turn 4. In the Busch race here last year on Saturday, I had a pretty serious wreck over here in turn 3 and 4. And in July, I had a pretty serious wreck here in turn 3 and 4. So that's the only turn in racing that's really given me the kind of problems and hurt me before. So every time I go through there, I grunt my teeth real hard and I say, just come on, I can take your best shot.
Darrell Waltrip has said races are won partly by attrition, partly by patience. I've got a lot of patience. Here he is at lap 143, continuing to lead. He also said the other day, he said, I'm going to start the 90s like I did the 80s, Ned, and you remember how he started the 80s.
Well, that was with a lot of wins and 3 championships, so if he can do that, it'd be great.
But he is a car owner now, and he was saying after the 125s, he said, I drove those last 10 laps like a car owner. I intend to drive the 500 only as a driver. Now, here's that Robbie Gordon. He's in that lime green car. And Robbie Gordon is a new name you haven't heard too much about. He's out of L.A., California, mixing it up with some of these good old boys and looking good. He's a youngster, good-looking guy, and he cut his teeth the same way Rick Mears did in the deserts of Southern California, down in Baja. But you put him in anything with 4 wheels, he goes like a scared rabbit. Here's Chris.
Sterling Marlin and Rusty Wallace made a fuel stop just 4 or 5 laps ago. Unfortunately for them, they don't have enough fuel to go the distance. There's 144 laps on the board. 6 more laps, and anyone who stops can then get to the checkered flag on the amount of fuel. One of the big things that have borne heavily on this race is the fact that the radial tires are getting far better mileage than the old bias tires did. And that, coupled with green flag changes only, has really changed the character of this event.
Thank you, Chris. Watching Davey Allison here.
Now, Davey made a 4-tire change, Ken, and went a lap down, so he now is trying to get back in the lead lap if he can move around to Darrell Waltrip.
And there you see the 22 car Chris was responding to. Sterling Marlin, part of a new 2-car team for Junior Johnson, and I don't think there's too much happiness with Jeff Bodine about that. You got the feeling all week he didn't put it down, but I don't think he's a happy camper.
I think he would rather see it stay a single-car team. As Hut Strickland goes around, here comes Mark Martin around Waltrip. Boy, he is really slow. He's trying to get into the pits, and he's caught on the outside.
Pinned up against the ropes here. Now he dives down, and he may make it.
Yeah, that's one of those 2-car teams when the old driver says to the team owner, I think we ought to go back to being a 1-car team. He says, we are. You're out.
Mike Joy.
This is a brand new team for Darrell Waltrip, but it's full of veterans. As Jack Band, Jeff Hammond is his crew chief. Doug Rickard changes the right front. He's a veteran crew chief. Bruce Hayes will change the right rear. Bob Sutton looking at those left tires, while Tom McCrimmon gasses the car and Ron McLeod has the catch can. They are just on the confidence window here at lap 146. Waltrip will have to go 54 laps, 135 miles to finish the 500 and look for a repeat of 1989 when he stretched his fuel all the way to victory lane. Finishing up on the left rear, stalls at 26.5. last spurt of gas, and he bumps it along on the starter and pulls away.
Looked like more than 5 men to me on the pit wall at one stage there, but I could have just been miscounting them.
17 Waltrip falling back. He ran 58 laps between pit stops. He could probably go the distance.
One use of STP fuel injector cleaner helps remove clogging deposits, and that should be of passing interest to a lot of drivers. STP fuel injector cleaner.
Brett Bodine, one tough driver, talks about Quaker State, one tough motor oil.
At North Wilkesboro, that Carolina asphalt was hot enough to fry our King Racing Buick. Our engine was running hot, 240 degrees, and I had to keep pushing it over 8,000 RPM. Now that's when you start worrying about your oil's viscosity breaking down. But when the going got tough, the same Quaker State you can buy right off the shelf was tough enough to get me to the finish line first.
Quaker State is one tough motor oil.
Fact. The full-size Ford pickup has more repeat buyers than any other pickup. Fact. The full-size Ford pickup sales lead over Chevy is wider than last year. Fact. Our most popular model is priced $600 less than a comparably equipped Chevy. Call it leadership, call it winning, call it anything you want. The simple fact is, Ford is #1. Save now during Leadership Month at your Ford dealer.
At 5 a.m., they start worrying.
Let's go through this one more time.
First about their $25,000 engine.
Maybe we should just rejet the car.
Then about 59-cent clamps. But one concern these NASCAR pit crews never had, their gasoline. Since 1951, Unical 76 has fueled more NASCAR winners than all other brands combined. A soothing thought. Because when the flag goes down, there's enough to worry about.
They say that it's over. They say that you're through. But they just don't know you the way that I do. So bring back the best.
This Daytona 500 race summary is sponsored by STP, The Edge.
The race summary shows 365 complete. You've had 8 leaders. They've swapped the lead 16 times, and the speed's down at 140 miles an hour. We've had 6 cautions, and 9 cars have officially retired from the event. As we look at the attrition here, Greg Sachs is out, Swindell, Spencer, early incidents in the race. Jimmy Means lost an engine. Michael Waltrip's engine went sour. Jeff Purvis is out. And engine problems, the story on Backus, Marcus, and Shepard. 50 laps to go, gentlemen. Ned Jarrett first. Your thoughts about how this race can be decided?
Well, I think Dale Earnhardt is in the best position right now because he put on those 4 tires. There he is, running now in the 3rd position in the lead lap. There's Dale Jarrett right behind him, but he's a lap down. And he does have to stop one more time for fuel, but if a caution should come out, you know, he can do that and no more problems to go the rest of the way. However, Kyle Petty is the man out front at the moment.
But if there's not a caution, Waltrip looks better by the moment.
Well, Kyle Petty, of course, did change his tires many laps ago, so he probably won't be wearing his tires out as such, but we see what a difference the new tires make to the performance of the cars. And towards the end of this race, his tires are going to be getting pretty skinny.
Kyle Petty staying first. Rick Mast is second. Dale Earnhardt is up to third. Ricky Rudd is fourth. Ernie Irvin fifth. Bobby Hill in sixth. Let's get an opinion from Ned Jarrett on the new pit procedure. How do you feel about it?
Well,
to me, it's making some confusion for the fans in the race.
It's making confusion to some degree, Ken. However, we've had the long green flag run here, and that's not any different than in the past. But what has happened, if they have been able to change tires during the early caution periods, we would have seen the cars running much closer together. I think that it has spread the field out.
It's done the one thing it was supposed to do. It's been a harmless pit road all day, and I really feel that by July, NASCAR is going to get a computer setup going, and this will be just a brief moment in history, and it will be something we'll be talking about. David, your thoughts?
Well, I have to agree with Ned. It certainly has spread the race out, and it did catch a couple of the drivers out very badly early on. One of them being, of course, Bill Elliott, when he had to go round and lose at least 2 laps because of the 1 lap penalty, and the 1 lap he tried to stay out and make his tire last, and it obviously wasn't going to. He is not in the hunt, so it probably hasn't had a long-term effect on his result today, but it obviously has a great potential for messing up someone's day badly.
How about it, Mike Joy?
Well, Ken, down here along pit road, there's been a lot of confusion all day. Which is the blue lap, which is the orange lap? I understand in the races coming, NASCAR will put up a light that can be seen by everyone along pit road to help sort that out. But teams up and down here are looking for drafting partners so that they can stop and have someone to run with when they go back out on the racetrack. I think it is going to take some adapting before these new safety procedures are worked out to the benefit of the drivers and the racing. How about it, Dave Despain?
Well, I think the greatest confusion that I've seen down here today has been who's running where. Where's my team? Where are we on the leaderboard? And that has nothing to do with the new rules. Anytime in Winston Cup racing that you get a long, long run of green flag racing, especially with some pit stops and the field gets strung out, people get confused. I don't attribute that to the new rule. I think when you get a yellow flag, this field's going to bunch up and you're going to get another spectacular finish, just like in the past. All day long, we have not seen any crowding on pit road. That was the goal. But the key to solving this whole mess is get that electronic scoring system, get the scoring system up to date with the rest of this sport, and then move on down the road.
Moving on down the road right now, it's Kyle Petty in first through 151 laps, with Rick Mast second, Earnhardt third, Irvin fourth, and Ricky Rudd fifth. Followed by Bobby Hill in sixth, Joe Rutland, good seventh, Sterling Marlin eighth, Davey Allison ninth, and Rusty Wallace in the 10th position. Looking further back, Derek Cope is 11th, and those cars are all in the lead lap, as well as Waltrip now. Then Richard Petty a lap down, Harry Gant and Terry Labonte round out the top 15. Chris Economaki, an overview on what we're seeing here in this pit procedure.
Well, we've seen a different kind of Daytona 500, that's for certain. As I said earlier, the radial tires and their great mileage and the fact that they changed them on the green has changed the character of the race. But right now, Dale Earnhardt has been out of the running for a good while because of that penalty, is breathing down Rick Mast, and that he should be moving past him into second place within the next couple of laps. And then it's going to be the pitman's work. He's going to have to stop for fuel. That's going to be the key. I think the race for Dale Earnhardt couldn't be won or lost in the pit.
Well, right now it's going to be won on the track, Chris, because here he is closing en masse for second position. You're riding at 190 miles per hour in our live CBS Sports coverage of the Great American Race as Earnhardt, who has come so close so many times last year, right into the final corner, ran over a piece of bell housing, cut a tire down, and was an also-ran. Twice has run out of fuel. Had it won in '86, became Bodine's race. Had it won back in 1980 when Buddy Baker won it. Here he is fighting his way back up on Rick Mast to number one. This for second place as Kyle Petty continues to lead.
We have to thank our guru's son, our offspring, Dale Jarrett, who really has been helping Dale Earnhardt. He's been right behind him, pushing him along. And in fact, Dale got alongside Dale Jarrett got alongside Dale Earnhardt going down the straight there.
Yeah, and that hurt him. Now he's given Dale Jarrett the sign that he's coming into the pits. Dale Earnhardt making what should be his final pit stop right now.
And Dale Jarrett is running in 21st position as he comes by in the Wood Brothers car. With Earnhardt
16th, Ken, he has moved up on the pit stops as Earnhardt comes into the pits. You see him gearing down as he comes into the pits, and Dave Despain is there.
All week long, the conversation, can anybody beat Dale Earnhardt? Now the somewhat battered left front of that Chevrolet very much in view here as the pit stop, the final pit stop of the race for Dale Earnhardt will include a right side tire change, and they jam the fuel in. Now they'll come to the left side. No, they will just do the right. 15 seconds, 15.3 seconds for Dale Earnhardt. Let's quickly check with Kirk Shelmerdine, crew chief on the car. They're doing their cleanup after the stop. Kirk, you got a good clean stop. Question is now, can you catch them and get to the front?
Depends on what the other cars have to do. I think a lot of them have to stop, a couple of them don't, so it just depends on whether we can catch them or not.
Everybody wondered what could stop you. Perhaps that stop-and-go penalty is going to be the big issue. We're going to take a break and be right back with more from Daytona.
157th lap was where Earnhardt finds himself on pit road momentarily, and then back to the action of the Daytona 500.
Wild thing. It is a wild thing. Oh, come shout and sing, join in the ring. It could be queen or it could be king. You go your way and I'll go mine. As long as you just make it fun.
Good times roll with the clean, fresh taste of Bud Light. It won't fill you up, never let you down.
The driver of this car adds something special to his motor oil. So does the driver of this car. They both use STP oil treatment for drivers on a racetrack or drivers on a fast track. STP.
Only one antiperspirant in the world helps keep you so dry with the cool, clean scent of Old Spice. Only one deodorant in the world has so many odor-fighting ingredients with the cool, clean scent of Old Spice. There's only one Old Spice.
Where can you go on Goodyear Wrangler radials? Where can you go on Goodyear Wrangler radials? Just about anywhere you want. Put on a set of Goodyear Wrangler radials, and you'll know why we say the best tires in the world have Goodyear written all over them.
A company can learn a lot in 125 years. Valvoline has. You learn in the lab, you learn on the road, you learn on the racetrack. As you learn, you make your product better, and better, and better. Today's Valvoline will keep your engine cleaner than ever before, and cleaner means more protection against engine wear. 125 years of quality. That's why people who know use Valvoline.
Relive the great years of the Great American Race in this new CBS Sports home video. To order by credit card, call 1-800-999-VIDEO. Daytona, drama, danger, dedication. Includes this year's 500, and it's only $19.98 plus $3 shipping and handling. Back with you once again at the Daytona International Speedway with 161 laps now complete. Kyle Petty seeking his first Daytona 500 win. Here's car number 27, Bobby Hillin Jr. on pit road, Dave Despain.
Jeff Bodine has just been lifted from the number 11 car, which was wheeled behind the pit wall after an extended pit stop, and Bodine appears to have been overcome by heat or perhaps exhaustion here. We'll check with team spokesman Bob Ladford. What's up with you?
The fumes were coming into the car from the damage there on the back. It just got to him. He couldn't take it anymore. He pulled it in rather than stay out the track and be a hazard.
The problem began with the damage to the car, which you can probably see on the left side. That penetrated the driver compartment. Let's see if Jeff's up to talking. Jeff Bodine is not feeling very well, and I'm not going to stick the microphone in there. Let's go to Mike Joy instead.
Well, let's talk to another Jeff Hammond. He's Darrell Waltrip's longtime crew chief, new team, and Waltrip is in a familiar spot, playing the gas mileage game right to the nth degree. What makes you think that's going to be the winning strategy here?
Mike, there's no guarantee on anything right now, but I figured that we had to kind of like try to run our own race, and that's what we talked about earlier, which we could get where we could make 2 or 3 stops. That's what we want to try to do. Everybody else was looking for dance partners and trying to get in and get out. We just finally decided, hey, we need to run our own race. And there was enough cars strung out all of this racetrack. Hopefully we'll be able to get the right people at the right time. If we don't get a caution, I think we're in pretty good shape.
If the caution comes out, he catches up. Some of these other cars go in and get fuel. Will you stay on the track for position?
Well, that's what I say. We're in pretty good position either way it does go. If it goes green, it might be a little easier, but if it does, caution does come out, we'll just, we'll be in pretty good track position overall, and some of these other guys will have to stop anyway. So, hopefully it'll pay off for us.
He's played this track position gas mileage game before and won.
Meanwhile, Kyle Petty at number 42 continues to lead. Kyle is out in front and leading by almost half a lap. We'll be back with more of CBS Sports live coverage of the Daytona 500 after this message and a word from your local station.
3. Davey Allison believes. Mario and Michael Andretti believe. Don Prudhomme believes. You get out of a car what you put into it. Have a superior grade.
Yeah.
Over the years, 60 Minutes has come across a lot of bizarre stories, but none more bizarre than the story of Jamar Arnold. This is one you don't want to miss. Tonight on CBS.
Two couples, alone on a tropical island. If one couple is murdered, is the other guilty?
Oh, God! There was nobody else on the island.
Richard Crenna, Rachel Ward, Hart Bachner, Deirdre Hall, James Brolin, and The Sea Will Tell. Next Sunday.
This is CBS.
You take me back to that feeling.
Today's auto engines are running hotter and putting added strain on hoses. So if you haven't changed your hoses lately, it just makes sense to do it now, before they go. And don't settle for less than Gates hoses from CarQuest Auto Parts stores. Gates, the world's most trusted name in belts and hoses. And CarQuest keeps us rolling down the road.
A lot of banks that do business here, but don't live here, seem to think that upstate South Carolinians still do everything the slow, old-fashioned way. And if they don't understand the difference between traditional and old-fashioned, they're never going to understand upstate South Carolina. The Palmetto Bank. Nobody knows the upstate like we do.
Eyewitness Sports with Brett Cunningham tonight at 6 and 11. The Daytona 500 is sponsored by Ford and your Ford dealer, where Leadership Month means a great time to buy. Valvoline Motor Oil. People who know use Valvoline. Color Gold Film. Show your true colors. And by Budweiser, the king of beers, who reminds you friends know when to say when.
Taking a look at the standings here at the Daytona International Speedway in the 33rd Annual 500. Kyle Petty has led the most laps thus far. He's up to 48 laps that he's commanded this event. Ernie Irvan now stays in second place. Joe Ruttman maintains third. Sterling Marlin's in fourth, and holding fifth, Davey Allison. Taking a look at the second five out here. Rusty Wallace, sixth. And Derek Cope being shown in seventh, with Darrell Waltrip leading some time ago, now in eighth. Dale Earnhardt in ninth, and Rick Mast in 10th. And he's right on the tail end of that lead lap, nip and tuck back there with the 42.
In fact, I believe Kyle Petty just went around Rick Mast and put him. No, he didn't. Rick is still up in front of him. So 10 cars on the lead lap. And the fans are wondering about Bill Elliott, two-time winner of this. He is 12 laps down, currently being shown in 24th position, and Mark Martin is in 23rd position, 6 laps down.
Kyle Petty coming in, 42 on pit road.
Should be his last pit stop.
They complete lap 169. Kyle Petty is on pit road, and here's Mike.
Ken, they're not changing tires because they're betting he's only going to need a tank and a half of gas, and they can't get the tires changed in that time. Richard Bostic with the first can. Here goes the second one. Taking a while, but they want to make sure they get it all. They did. Now, Kyle does not have low gear, so he bumps it along out of the pits, and now he's going, but he's going to lose a lot of time getting back up to speed.
Boy, that did cost him a lot.
Critical pit stop for Kyle Petty. Ron Schrader looks like he's trying to help him.
Schrader pushing him along.
Pushing him out, yeah. Trying to get that speed up.
Now, did Schrader not overtake him down in pit lane because of this rule about overtaking the pit lane?
Well, the overtaking situation is when they come into the pit.
Right.
When they go out, they're on their own.
But he certainly seemed to stop and wait for him.
Ernie Irvan's number 4 now takes the lead, lapping Bobby Hamilton. 170 laps are complete. Irvan is first, and Joe Ruttman has come back to second. Sterling Marlin is third, Davey Allison fourth, Wallace now fifth, Waltrip to sixth, Cope to seventh, Earnhardt to eighth, ninth to Kyle Petty, and then Rick Mast in 10th. One lap down, Harry Gant is 11th. Dale Jarrett is now 12th.
Now, those cars have gotten back in the lead lap, Ken, after
the pit
Kyle Petty made his pit stop. Yes.
That'll get us back to 13 cars in the lead lap.
Right.
That would put Dick Trickle also back into the lead lap. He's been right on the verge of in and out.
Dick Trickle's been running really well. He must have been listening to all that advice that Cale Yarber's been giving him.
now Ernie Irvin has passed Dick Trickle, so he is a lap down. So 12 cars in the lead lap at this moment.
Cale Yarborough always uses Junior Johnson's advice. Says it over and over again. Go to the front.
Yeah.
Yep, nothing wrong with that. That's what racing's all about, I guess.
There's car number 75. That's Rutman.
And that right behind him is Davey Allison. Is that Davey Allison?
Dave, you saw the interval there, and now you see Rutman in the second spot, but directly behind that 75. Oh, here's the number 10 car in. Derek Cope, who's been having a terrific run here today. Minding his own business. Buddy Parrott on the radio, and a 13-second stop gets him out here. Buddy Parrott's the crew chief for Bob Whitcomb, and Bob Whitcomb is wearing his red jacket for car number 10. He wore it out here when they had a drawing to get in the Busch Clash. Then he wore it the day that they drew for the pole. When it came to the 125s, he left the jacket at home. They had a lot of trouble. He's wearing it today.
Ernie Irvin's got a 12-second lead at the moment. But it's a real good race for second spot between Rutman, Marlin, and Davey Allison.
Now we're looking at second place. There you see Joe Rutman, and right behind him, Davey Allison in that third position. And coming with them is the 27 car, Bobby Hillen. Had a really good run with that machine this afternoon. Back with more of the Daytona 500 following these messages.
I've been working for Calumet Farm, soon to be 49 years. I've worked for some famous horses.
What gives a certain group of people the ability to consistently do the impossible? Take Calumet Farm. No other farm has ever dominated horse racing like Calumet. Whirlaway, Citation, Halidar. It would take a winner's circle as big as Kentucky to do justice to this amazing stable. When excellence becomes a tradition, there's no end to the greatness, and it doesn't happen only in horse racing. In the auto industry, Ford Motor Company has continually been a leader in innovation, and there's much more to come. Our new modular V8 represents a dramatic improvement in both efficiency and performance. And our new Crown Victoria and Grand Marquis are redefining the concept of luxury ride and handling. America fell in love with Ford in the 80s. And smart money will tell you, we're going to be even tougher to beat in the 90s. Ford Motor Company.
The product. The proving ground. The results. STP gas treatment is the edge.
In weather this raw, don't take chances, take chapstick. This infrared camera compares lips sealed with chapstick and lips without chapstick. Chapstick seals in moisture to heal and prevent chapped lips. Don't take chances, take chapstick.
In today's higher revving and hotter running engines, wear is a greater problem than ever before. Oil breakdown can shorten the life of vital engine parts. That's why there's Castrol. Castrol provides maximum protection against viscosity and thermal breakdown. So use Castrol, because driving today can be a grind. Castrol, engineered for today's smaller cars.
On the famous Wood Newton hunting trip.
All times, make sure your fellow hunters know exactly where you are.
We'll know where you are. We'll just listen for the little forest creatures giggling.
Evenings here, Monday.
Tonight on CBS, it's a really big show. 60 Minutes leads things off, followed by Murder, She Wrote. And then Carol Burnett hosts the very best of the Ed Sullivan Show, special containing rare footage not seen in decades, including performances by the Beatles, Elvis Presley, Barbra Streisand, and the Jackson 5. That's all tonight here on CBS. The Goodyear Blimp, Spirit of Akron, hovering over the 100,000 plus here at the Daytona International Speedway for the 33rd running of the Daytona 500. Spirit based down in Pompano Beach, Florida. 5-hour flight up here to the old Speedway, where down here with 24 laps to go, Ernie Irvin out of Modesto, California, who packed his things up, got in his pickup truck, and came east a few years back. Ran some races in the Automobile Racing Club of America, ARCA, which is many times a preliminary event for major Winston Cup races, like at Pocono and Atlanta. He won a race up at Atlanta and ARCA and was first discovered, and he made good friends with a guy that has paid off for him. A guy that really kept him in the East and kept him racing. Some fellow named Earnhardt.
Dale Earnhardt did help Ernie Irvan when he first came east, and certainly has shown that he had a lot of driving talent. His dad, Vic Irvan, was a race driver on the West Coast. Never got to Winston Cup racing. He might have participated in a few of those West Coast Winston Cup races many years ago, but has shown a lot of talent.
And down there around El Cajon and El Toro.
Ernie Irvan's showing a lot of talent at the moment and leading, but Dale Earnhardt, his buddy, is closing in on Darrell Waltrip for 6th place. But we think that everyone ahead of them, which obviously includes Ernie Irvan, should have to pit again, whereas we're almost sure that Waltrip and Earnhardt won't.
Well, they say, yeah, they say that Earnhardt's going to run close, but because of Waltrip, he's going to have to find a straight.
Waltrip, we're pretty sure, can run the distance because he's already done it once this afternoon, but it's going to be nip and tuck.
That's the case. 178 laps are now complete. There you see Waltrip in the 17 car, and Earnhardt is right behind him. Waltrip is 5th, Earnhardt is 6th. Kyle Petty now finds himself in 7th. The 90 car running a lap down, the Don Levy Ford, and Robbie Gordon, for his first time in this 500, has put on an outstanding run, as has Bobby Hillen in that 27, also a lap down.
Here's Sterling Marlin, the 3rd place car, coming into the pits. What should be his last pit stop? He perhaps will just take on fuel. We'll see. Yep, and they're making a chassis adjustment on the left rear. Tightening that car up just a little, or loosening that car up just a little bit.
And away. Sterling Marlin, who looks for his first 500 in just 8 seconds, Ned. Quick stop.
They just needed a dash of fuel, a little less than a can, perhaps.
Here you see Irvan, the Morgan McClure Chevrolet, still out in front. Won his first Winston Cup race just a year ago, but he's going to win a lot more. Guy is good. Here's Mike.
They've been a bit nervous here in the Ernie Irvan pit. They could go to about lap 182 on this tank of fuel, hoping for a caution flag. But Tony Glover, you going to leave him out, or are you going to need to bring him in?
No, we have to pit again. There's no...
Driver's on the horn.
He's the horn. We will. There's no way we can make it on fuel. We're going to have to stop again. But...
You going to try to wait for a caution?
Well, no, the caution really won't matter. We're going to pit again anyway, I guess about lap 182.
Just as we called it. Yeah.
That's only a couple laps away, yeah.
With 18 laps to go, Ernie Irvan, the leader, will pit. The 75 car, Joe Ruttman behind him, is in 8th position, now a lap down. With all these green flag stops, that's where you see the accordion is in the back of that lead lap, from 13 down to 18 cars in the lead lap, depending upon when you join us.
They say that it's over. They say that you're through. But they just don't know you the way that I do. So bring back the best.
Fact. Right now, your Ford dealer can offer you dealer incentives and option packages that can save you thousands. Fact. Savings on the best-built, best-selling American cars and trucks. Call it leadership. Call it winning. Call it anything you want. The simple fact is, Ford is #1. Get all the facts and all the savings during Leadership Month at your Ford dealer now.
The same battery that has started all Daytona 500 winners since 1978 also starts millions of cars all over America every day. Die Hard. More power when you need it most.
If you buy at least 10 rolls of Owens Corning Pink Insulation, R13 or higher, you can get a free NBA team travel bag. Choose your favorite team. Offer ends March 3rd.
The baby in this picture is going to have a very special year. A year of first steps, first words, first birthday. And none of these firsts will ever happen again. Now, if you were this baby's parents, which film would you choose? No other film in the world gives you truer color than Kodacolor Gold film. Aren't your pictures worth gold?
The driver of this car adds something special to his motor oil. So does the driver of this car. They both use STP oil treatment for drivers on a racetrack or drivers on a fast track. STP.
Right away.
It's Petty, isn't it? No.
It's 3. We're back with you live at Daytona. Incident of the back straightaway. Car number 43, Richard Petty, is involved. We believe 2 other cars. Robbie Gordon has crashed in number 90. He's up against the outside wall as you enter turn 3. Here's Richard refiring car number 43 to bring it about down in the bottom of turn 3. This is coming to you. This is live action from Daytona. We are working the 184th lap. From the helmet cam on Richard Petty with the back end sawed off. Car number 43 rolling around to get back on pit road. Yellow is out.
Robbie Gordon trying to get back on pit road. Now we're in Richard Petty's car. A lot of damage done to his Pontiac. Still runs.
Brings everybody all back together for a sprint to the finish here in the 33rd 500. We'll be back with more action from the Daytona Speedway in the Great American Race following these messages.
George 117 in pursuit of request additional backup. Do you copy? 117. Sancho 16, we copy. Approaching 69 on block. Let's get a roadblock.
More police cars throughout America come on Goodyear Eagle radios than any other brand of tires. Why? Because they want it that way.
Attention all units.
Goodyear Eagles. The authorities know, and it's why we say the best tires in the world have Goodyear written all over them.
Pennzoil, at home in America. Indy racing, off-road racing, drag racing. We've been driving a long time to get to this one. NASCAR USA. Pennzoil is there. We've got the car. We've got the team. We've got the driver.
And if they got the oil, Pennzoil.
Pennzoil. Ever since America learned to drive.
Caught ya! You guys aren't supposed to be in here.
Hey, no problem, Honorable Dojo guy.
This is an import car.
Hey, we're the auto light. Guaranteed in any language. I feel good.
Imports too?
Yes, 2 years, no matter how far we go.
But I...
Oh, sorry. Wait, my friend. So sayonara. Hey, I feel good.
Okay.
I knew that I would not.
One use of STP fuel injector cleaner helps remove clogging deposits. And that should be of passing interest to a lot of drivers. STP fuel injector cleaner.
In making an artistic statement, one's personal aroma shouldn't do the talking. So I use Right Guard Sport Stick with maximum protection. A true artiste should be known for inspiration, not perspiration. Right Guard Sport Stick. Anything less would be uncivilized.
On our way back to Daytona, Jim Nance just across the river from Manhattan's imposing skyline, where later today we'll bring you the Tucson skyline of the University of Arizona, led by Brian Williams, facing the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets and the exciting Kenny Anderson. It's college basketball coming up next on CBS. Arizona, number 6 in the country, against Georgia Tech.
This Daytona 500 race summary is sponsored by STP, The Edge.
Under caution here at Daytona after 460 miles, there have been 8 different leaders. Lead changes, 18 of them. Average speed, a meager 155 miles per hour today. 7 cautions, 30 laps, and 10 cars have fallen by the wayside. Those cars are out of the race. We can't give you the, well, I can give you Richard Petty for sure. He's the latest. Jeff Purvis is out, Swindell, Greg Sachs, Jimmy Spencer, Buddy Baker. Michael Waltrip is out. Those are some of the folks that will not be around for the checkers today. Buddy Baker, Dave Marcus, Morgan Shepherd, Jeff Bodine from fatigue. We saw him in real trouble down there on pit road. And here's Richard Petty Car number 43 shaking his head just a few moments ago. They work on the back end of his car. Let's look again at what happened here on the back straightaway to bring around this 7th caution of the day.
Well, we see Petty's car already spinning around and backs into the outside retaining wall. You see the damage that was done to his Pontiac. He gets it going straight, and then it spins around again. Down on the inside of the track.
Yeah, done that car no good at all, but we don't quite know what set it going.
Working on Richard Petty's car. Big story in the Charlotte Observer by Tom Higgins yesterday, talking about the potential that 91 might be the last full season for Richard Petty, and then he would be running a going-away tour and run limited events after that. How do you feel about that, Ned?
Well, Richard Petty has said for a number of years when that question is asked, he said, now when I decide that I'm going to make a change in my career, I'll get everybody together and tell them about it. But Tom Higgins, you know, he's a great writer, and he usually has a lot of substance to what he puts in the paper, so it'll be interesting to see what does happen.
There you see the 7-time winner of the 500. Had such a great run in the 125s. Beat out Hut Strickland by inches for second place to the line. Right now, it's a long afternoon for the King. Chris?
Okay, now during this yellow flag, Davey Allison pulled into the pits, and that gave the lead to Rusty Wallace and Roger Penske's number 2 car. There's 13 laps left in this competition. How long they'll be going slow out there, I don't know. This is the first time in Roger Penske's racing history, I think, where he is up in the suite watching his car race. Over the years, in all of his events, Penske has been down in the pits with a hands-on situation. He told his crew before the race that I hired you to do a job. I'm not going to be able to go to all the races. I'm going to go upstairs and watch. And with him is his Indianapolis winning buddy, Rick Mears. So Rusty Wallace, for the first time today, is in the lead.
All right, here's how they run. At 186 laps, Wallace, Pontiac first, Davey Allison Ford second, Waltrip third, Earnhardt fourth, Ernie Irvan fifth. Getting set for the green to come out when they come by this time. Field in the back straightaway, lap cars on the inside, cars in the lead lap on the outside, of which there are 10. Mike Joy.
Tim Morgan is one of the owners of the Ernie Irvan car, and he came out of self-imposed pit crew retirement to gas it today. And on the green flag stop during our commercial, Ernie stopped that gas filler right on your belt buckle. He couldn't have done a better job, and you got him out quickly.
Yeah, Ernie did a great job. He's been doing a good job for us.
Well, you hit it, though.
I don't want to take too much credit for that.
Okay, let's go to Dave Despain.
Robert Yates is sole owner of Davey Allison's car. They started from the pole today. He used to build engines at one time for 25% of the field. You had a big cheer when that yellow came out. You needed that quick free stop for gas. Now can you outrun him on the racetrack?
Well, not many laps left, and we don't have that good position right now, so I hope we can do it.
All right, let's get back up top for the restart.
Coming down to the line, ready to take green. Final moments, 500. 188 laps complete as they come to the stripe. 12 to go. And it's Wallace, Waltrip, Earnhardt, Irvan, Kyle Petty, the top 5. Rick Maston, 6. Joe Ruttman, 7. Sterling Marlin, 8. Derek Cope, 9. Davey Allison back there in 10th. They wheel down into the first turn.
Ken, I wonder if Rusty Wallace has enough gas to go. I mean, we're told that when he pitted last, there was something like 60 laps to go. And I don't know if he can make it. It's stretching it a long way, so we'll just see. But he's got more than gas to contend with right now.
Here comes the man in black, Earnhardt to the inside. Trying to win the race he's never won. 48 Winston Cup victories. But the Daytona 500s elude him. He's won everything else here. The 400 in July.
Whoa,
one car in the wall. Wallace slams the wall on the outside. Another car breaking loose. Derek Cope spinning to the line.
And Darrell Waltrip in the pits.
Darrell Waltrip in trouble.
Derek Cope.
4 more cars right here at the start finish line. Blowing tires. Caution is out.
Hut Strickland and Harry Gant getting locked in together there. Well, that was one of those calamity corner efforts again, coming off the corner there.
Harry Gant's car, badly torn up.
Ooh, going up.
That's Hut Strickland's number 12, all torn up.
Very badly torn up.
Both ends of this Buick.
7 cars involved. And look at Waltrip's car, the 17 in the backstretch. Stevie Waltrip, concerned. They made such a run, you could see him coming right up the middle. Darrell Waltrip has been snake bit again by Daytona.
That same corner, the one that he just hates more than any other corner in racing, the same one got him again. Rusty Wallace appeared to start that off, but I think he got nudged into the wall by that clutch of cars as they came round 4. Obviously, as he had said, 13 laps to go. This was all getting pretty desperate.
He's a little hot right now. He crawls into the ambulance for the mandatory checkup. He looked at his race car first to be sure that it would not be able to continue.
Stevie Waltrip looking down to see when the 17's coming in. It won't be long. He's dropped to the bottom. He's on the apron.
When it
pace
comes
car
in, it's
waiting for him to bring him down pit road.
When it comes in, it won't be going anywhere. All cars coming in. Pace car leading the entire field onto pit lane.
Because there's so much debris down here in the main straightaway.
Exactly.
There's pieces and parts from the start-finish line, and so both pace cars,
they're going to stop in pit lane,
are bringing the field in.
No, they can't stop because or at least the flagman has the cross flags out, so they can't stop in the pits this time around. If they do, they'll be penalized. Of course, Waltrip might not have any choice. The penalty is if you come in and make a pit stop when the cross flags are out, the red flag with the cross on it is that you would go to the far end of the field, and he's going to probably go back there anyway.
When that restart came about, you saw the 17. It looked like Waltrip was really ready to bust out. He moved right to the middle of the track, under the lap cars. Here's Mike Joy.
Ken, they're worried about the oil cooler inside that left front fender, which is now all torn away, and making sure that that isn't damaged. Darrell said he did smell a bit of oil smoke, and he's worried they might have hurt the cooler. It is hurt. You can see the tire has been bent up against it by the force of the sheet metal being slammed backward. That's Doug Rickert trying to shear away sheet metal. Jeff Hammond is assessing the damage. If it's leaking, they still might be able to finish the race. Here's Dave.
This race will come down to a restart that will decide it all. Remember this, the third place car, Kyle Petty, short of gear. Now that shouldn't be a problem. He's not going to have to stop, but the key to this whole race is going to be who can come up off the corner. Remember that all week that has been a big problem for the number 4 car of Ernie Irvan. Don't be surprised if Dale Earnhardt wins this thing yet.
So now Earnhardt is first, Ernie Irvan is second, Kyle Petty is third, Joe Ruttman is fourth. There's Hut Strickland's number 12. We saw him trying to drive it around, thrashing that car that is torn front and back. And they're now trying to get him out of that Bobby Allison car. As you watch these replays.
There we see Rusty Wallace really seemed to be all on his own when he set... we'll have to have a look at that again, I'm afraid.
The radio is saying he feels he was tagged by Kyle Petty. We will need to look again.
We need to go back a little bit further than that to see what happened. What happened, Cope? See, did the
Cope's car
spun up onto the
Strickland car.
And then that Harry Gant had nowhere to go, and he ran into Strickland.
Bounced him down to the inside.
Okay, here we are. There's Kyle Petty down on the inside, the green car.
Yep.
He might have touched Rusty and
just
got him around.
The front, didn't he?
Yep.
Took the nose.
And he slams hard down to the inside.
Rusty Wallace owns, what, about 24% of that car, and Don Miller, and majority owner is Roger Penske, but Rusty has a piece of it.
Driver's eye view of the whole ghastly schmozzle as it takes place in front of him.
Rusty Wallace walked to the ambulance, going in for a checkup. Let's look again from this high angle.
That's the 3 cars there, just at the behind the lead car, which is Dale Earnhardt.
There's Kyle down on the inside, and there he does just slip up into maybe touching Rusty just a little bit, and Rusty's car goes out of control, collects Waltrip down on the inside. Then we see the red car of Derek Cope spinning around in the middle of the pack, and then he's going to spin back out in front of the...
Let's look at it here.
Ernie Irvan in the yellow car. Yep, he's definitely leaning on the front of that car of Rusty Wallace's.
Yep, he did clip him. Just enough.
Lucky is Rick Mast, unlucky Waltrip.
And unlucky, there again, the back of his car coming off the floor there.
One of the unluckiest right there. It's mandatory. They must take them to the field hospital after they get a piece of the wall here. With the caution, Earnhardt may be in shape to finally win this 500. We'll be back at Daytona for the finish. 191 laps are now complete in the 33rd 500.
A company can learn a lot in 125 years. As you learn, you make your product better and better. 125 years of quality. That's why people who know use Valvoline.
One car manufacturer has more NASCAR victories than anyone. Winning over 350 NASCAR races over 4 decades of racing. That car manufacturer is Ford. And that kind of winning performance goes beyond the winner's circle.
Nothing beats a winning team, pushing hard, reaching for the dream. Nothing beats clean, crisp and cold. Got the king of beer, you're on a roll. Nothing beats the Bud, Budweiser. Nothing beats the Bud. Nothing beats the Bud.
Midwinter, Soldier Field, Chicago. Over 300 dead batteries and 1 die-hard battery. Our most powerful ever jump-starts every one. Now, America's most trusted battery is even more powerful. Die-hard. More power when you need it most. Great low prices. Die-hard power. That's your money's worth and a whole lot more. The driver of this car adds something special to his motor oil. So does the driver of this car. They both use STP oil treatment for drivers on a racetrack or drivers on a fast track. STP.
The combined force of Chris Mills and Brian Williams ignites number 6 Arizona against Kenny Anderson and the Ramblin' Wreck of Georgia Tech today.
That's next, following the 500, the Arizona Wildcats and Georgia Tech. Coming up on CBS Sports later this afternoon. We're down to the final moments of the Daytona 500 for 1991. Circumstances bringing about a shuffle of the leaders once again with 192 complete. Rusty Wallace is out of the hospital, walked in, walked out. Try to get a word with him before this is over. Here's Earnhardt out in front.
7 laps to go.
Billed in the early days as one tough customer. Billed these days as the intimidator, but this track has intimidated him for years. Just could not win here. Is it about to change? We'll see. Ernie Irvan has other ideas, as does Kyle Petty in 3rd, Joe Ruttman 4th, Sterling Marlin 5th, Rick Mass 6th, Davey Allison 7th, and Dale Jarrett up to 8th as they wheel away.
There's that lack of a gear hindering Kyle Petty and Ernie Irvan slightly as Dale Earnhardt really jumps into a lead.
Ernie Irvan really off to a slow start. There's Alan Quicky down on the inside of him. Dale Jarrett did beat Ernie Irvan on the restart there. Dale is a lap down. Dale Jarrett is. He had just made a green flag pit stop when the other caution came out, so he got caught on that situation. Now Ernie Irvan drafting up on Dale Jarrett. He wants to get up on the back bumper of Dale Earnhardt.
That leaves 7 cars in the lead draft.
Kyle Petty dropping back quite a bit there, but if he hasn't got that low gear, it takes a lot of getting these cars wound up. 3,500-pound car.
7 cars in that lead lap. Earnhardt stays first. Ernie Irvan in 2nd. Here's Davey Allison coming up to 3rd. Kyle Petty in 4th. Now Kyle drops back, and it's Joe Ruttman into 4th. Look at this run down the inside. Car number 4 sliding through, and Ernie Irvan flanks it in there.
Davey Allison took him through, helped him get through there. And now Davey Allison's running right behind Dale Earnhardt. And behind him is Troy Ruttman.
Like that, Joe Ruttman.
I keep calling him Troy Ruttman.
Well, Troy was a race driver. He won the Indianapolis 500.
Davey Allison up on the outside. Davey Allison makes a run on Earnhardt for 2nd place. The Ford on the high side, Chevy on the inside, and Chevy out in front.
Long way to go around now.
As they come back to the line, this time Ernie Irvan Is this going to be an upset? We'll see. 28 and 3 are locked up side by side, and as they run wheel to wheel, Ernie Irvan says, goodbye, gang, and pulls 3 car lengths out in front.
Dale Earnhardt's got tires that are fresher than Ernie Irvan's, too. He pitted more recently than Ernie, about 25 laps. Less mileage on his tires, so in theory, he should be slightly better off.
Yeah, I think something wrong with Earnhardt's car. That maybe he has a tire going down or something. It just doesn't look as smooth in the turns. He and Davey Allison touch going down the backstretch into turn 3. Earnhardt trying to hang on, but I don't know. That car just not working in the turns like it did earlier.
Coming about, out of turn number 4. Down to the line. 196 laps complete this time by. Ruttman drops to the inside. Remember, his best finish here at Daytona has been 3rd. He's had some seconds on other tracks. 3rd was his best run here. And look, they're still locked side by side.
And of course, that's just playing right into the hands of Ernie Irvan. At this stage of the game, there's only 4 laps to go. 4.5 laps to go. 4 laps to go next time by. Davey Allison, Dale Earnhardt locked side by side. Is Joe Ruttman's going to be able to push one of those guys along with him?
Dave Despain.
Well, let's put that question to Kirk Shelmerdine. Is that car as good as you would like to have it?
Well, I think the cars are awful close. We think Dale can do the job for us, and we're just sitting here watching right now.
You know, in a 5-lap race, Earnhardt would be the guy to bet on, but he obviously backed up pretty dramatically when Irvan shot through, but there's nothing wrong, huh?
No, we're doing okay.
Okay, well, they say they're confident here. Let's go to Mike Joy.
And they're confident here as Ernie Irvan whistles by. Irvan was slow coming up through the gears on the restart. Crew chief Tony Glover said he thought he hung back a little too far. But every time the 2 black cars come past side by side, that's a break for Ernie Irvan's chances to win the 500.
And there's trouble off the turn 2.
Ernie Irvan in front, and Earnhardt.
Davey Allison and Dale Earnhardt and Davey Allison both out of this race.
Ernie Irvan racing back to the line with a big advantage. There's Davey Allison's car coming to a stop. Ernie Irvan coming down. If it finishes here under caution, it'll be the first Californian to win this race since Marvin Panch back in 1961. Ernie Irvan's number 4 streaking across the line. Rest of the field coming by. The 28 car about where it rolls. Kept on going not too long ago.
Kyle Petty spinning in turn 4.
Well, look at the damage on his car.
He must have been involved in that fracas back on the back straight.
Now they're trying to get Davey Allison's car off the bank.
Dale
Ernie Irvan,
Earnhardt
of course, the leader.
line.
That all happened behind him.
Ernie Irvan is in first. Sterling Marlin now finds himself in second spot. In third, car number 75. Joe Ruttman.
Kyle Petty car's wreathed in smoke there. I don't see any flame, but a ton of smoke. So it looks like this race belongs to Mr. Irvan with just 2 laps to go.
$2 million at stake. The number 4 car of Ernie Irvan pulling away, getting the advantage. There's Davey Allison stuck on the backside over by the lake, climbing out of car number 28.
Wow. What a turn of events.
Absolutely. Dale Earnhardt fails to win the Daytona 500 again.
Kyle Petty climbing out of number 42, and here's Earnhardt's number 3. Nose bloodied on the black Chevrolet coming down, making for pit road.
I think he'll stay out there and just try to ride it out, because I believe this thing might end under caution, Ken, and he should be able to, even though he's down on the bottom of the racetrack. We'll see if he stays out there and is able to continue on around. White flag will come out along with the yellow.
White flag on the track. Last lap. And Chris Economaki.
Well, Davey Allison over there, the Texaco people, the sponsors of his car, when he won the pole position, they scheduled their quarterly business meeting here in Daytona Beach. And the top executives from 16 divisions of Texaco had their meetings here in Daytona and are in the track today. They were hoping Davey could win it. Now they'll go home sad.
Well, they and a lot of other people are going to go home sad, especially the Dale Earnhardt people. There you see the Ernie Irvan crew.
Tony Glover.
Boy, he can't contain himself, and I don't blame him. This is it. This is the biggest.
Tony Glover's dad, great racer for many years of Virginia area, and there you see the disappointment of the Earnhardt crew.
Well, Ernie Irvan's been right there all the week. He started this race on the front row and has been running very, very strongly all week.
Still trying to get Davey Allison's car off the bank.
Coming down for the checkers, under caution. Guy out of Modesto, California. Did a lot of racing out on the West Coast. Came over to the East Coast, drove for D.K. Ulrich in '89. Runner-up to Ken Bouchard for Rookie of the Year back in '88. There you see the 22 car, Sterling Marlin. He is in second place. Joe Ruttman's number 75 is in third. And right down on the apron, taking any chances with anything here, Ernie Irvan brings her around. And the black number 3, Earnhardt,
is in 5th position.
6 is Dale Jarrett. Rick Mast is going to finish this race in 4th. Ernie Irvan coming to the line and will win the 33rd annual 500 at about 55 miles an hour. Thank you. Hand out and waving. Irvan in this surprising, unbelievable finish to the 500 as Earnhardt and Allison get tangled up. Kyle Petty on the back straightaway with 3 laps to go.
And there's the jubilation.
Look again at what happened here. On the inside.
Oh, Davey on the outside, Earnhardt down on the inside. Earnhardt's car breaks loose. The rear end of the car they didn't touch before it broke loose, and he gets into Davey just a little bit. Ruttman gets by. Sterling Marlin gets by. Here's Kyle Petty. He gets collected up. Boy, the car going up off the ground.
Nearly squeaked through. Davey Allison really was terribly unfortunate there. He just touched that wall.
From Earnhardt's view, watch what happens.
You see, starting to get loose on him. Hood starts to lift up. There you see Kyle Petty jumping over the hood of the car. That could have been nasty there with Kyle and Earnhardt.
In car of Davey Allison.
He was on the outside of Earnhardt. And there you can see the lick when Earnhardt touched him and it threw Allison out of control.
Here he comes, headed for the infield and into that dirt protective bank to keep him out of Lake Lloyd.
And hit that bank real hard.
Sad ending for Davey Allison, who had sat outside of the front row. And the 1991 winner of the Daytona 500 is Ernie Irvan, the Morgan McClure Chevrolet.
It happens while you sleep.
A kiss? Not yet, honey.
Millions of bacteria form in your mouth.
A kiss? No.
So you wake up with the worst breath of the day, morning breath.
Oh, honey.
Morning breath with Scope. Antiseptic Scope has 2 powerful ingredients that kill 90% of the bacteria that cause morning breath.
How about that kiss?
Where's my kiss?
Kiss me, you big lug.
Scope, original mint or peppermint. The best thing, first thing in the morning.
This is the week to buy Sears Easy Living Premium Paint. Because during Sears President's Day sale, both satin finish and low luster semi-gloss are at a remarkable price. On sale through President's Day. Only at Sears.
The Denerex side feels like it's doing more because I feel something in my scalp. The Head and Shoulders side, I feel nothing at all.
Both have a dandruff ingredient, but Denerex adds an extra anti-itch medicine you can feel working.
There definitely was a difference with Denerex.
From Gillette comes Sensor, the only razor that can sense and adjust to the individual needs of your face. Sensor blades are mounted on responsive springs to continuously sense and individually adjust to your face. The closest, safest, most comfortable Gillette Sensor, together with the richness of foamy shave cream for the best shave a man can get.
Sal, have you checked the batteries in the flashlight lately?
Yeah, sure.
I'm dead.
A reminder to check your batteries with the copper top tester. It's free and only from Duracell.
If If you buy at least 10 rolls of Owens Corning pink insulation, R13 or higher, you can get a free NBA team travel bag. Choose your favorite team. Offer ends March 3rd.
For the third time in 3 years, for the third time, we have a first-time winner in the Daytona 500, Ernie Irvan. What's it feel like?
Man, I don't know, man. When we come across, I looked in my mirror, saw Dale and Davey get sideways. I remembered there was like 98 laps, 2 laps left. I said, this can't be true. I just kept waiting for them guys to run me down, and then when we had to just, live off the caution. Then we come around and it started running out of gas on the caution. I said, no, this can't happen to me. Got down on the apron and it kept running. But, man, I owe this all to this crew, this Kodak film, Delco Remy Chevrolet, AC spark plugs. I mean, they did an excellent job in the pits.
Congratulations on a great win. Let's go to Dave Despain.
Give this man a lot of credit. He's come out of this car smiling 2 years in a row, and that can't have been easy. Dale, what happened on the backstretch?
Well, we was giving it everything we could. Ernie got by us there on the short shoot, and me and Davey was racing, trying to get back in position. I couldn't get no help from behind me, and Joe was in and out behind Davey and behind me, and the air got off of me down there in 1 and 2 under Davey, and whether somebody was behind me or what, but I lost control of the car and spun me and Davey, and luckily we kept coming around. We didn't lose any laps there. We finished 5th, so we didn't worry about the points, but still, we was going for the Daytona 500. We wasn't leading it, so we was going to try to go to the front.
There'll be another one of these, won't there?
Hopefully, I'm living for the 1992 Daytona 500. It's a long time off, but we made it back to this one, so, we got a long year ahead of us, and, we won the championship without winning the 500 last year, so we're going to go after them.
Thank you very much. Dale Earnhardt, let's go to Ken Squire.
A year ago, Earnhardt said he would have given $1 million for that last lap over again. I wonder what he would pay for the last 3 laps of this one. Ernie Irvan is victorious in the 1991 500. Sterling Marlin has his finest run here, getting 2nd. Joe Ruttman is back in 3rd. Rick Mast finishes 4th, and 5th, Dale Earnhardt. In the 6th position today was Dale Jarrett, followed by Alan Kowicki in 7th with the Army car, and then it was Bobby Hill and Ricky Rudd, and the rookie, Bobby Hamilton, finishes in 10th position. And so for Chris Economaki, Ned Jarrett, David Hobbs, Dave Despain, and Mike Joy, this is Ken Squire saying so long from Daytona Beach, Florida. Don't forget, coming up next, CBS Sports coverage of NCAA basketball. The Arizona Wildcats take on the Yellow Jackets of Georgia Tech.
This CBS Sports Special, the Daytona 500, has been sponsored by STP, makers of STP oil treatment, gas treatment, fuel injector cleaner, and son of a gun.